Horn and Fox in the centre of town, featured here. That was an evening of merriment, of celebration. Some people stayed and drank a little bit longer than others, but you were able to celebrate with the village as they kind of collectively came together and enjoyed a first moment of relief and respite from the woes that they've been facing for countless months at the hands of these creatures. So in the following days, you took time to reflect on what happened, on what has happened to you thus far as individuals and as a group. You have trained. Congratulations, you're all now level 6, and have picked up and honed new skills, either with training with each other or with alone. You've kind of meditated on these new skills that you've acquired. And some of you have took part in other activities as well. So Magnus and Torrik, you spent time in the village assisting with the rebuild effort. So fresh lumber was brought in from the nearby forest when it was possible to do so. The weather has not let up, but there have been periods where the worst of the blizzard has dissipated, which has allowed crews to go out from the village to fell trees and to prepare new lumber and to begin to repair and get this village to look something like its former self. And all those efforts have been immensely appreciated, and that's been reiterated by Brynwald and by the villagers that you've helped. Okay. Torrik, you found your way to the blacksmith. So you were introduced to Egeron, who is the wood elf blacksmith for the village. You asked if you could do some work, very much as you have been in each town, each city you've approached. You found somebody that you might be able to work for, and he was more than happy to take you on to help him with some work, some of which was involved in the rebuilding of the village, basically iron fittings and things that were required to get buildings secured. So you've kind of been working almost like as a blacksmith's apprentice for those 3 days, and he said to come and see him before the end before you leave the village for a bit of pay, and there's maybe a bit more work there if you want to stay a bit longer. Okay. Tiberius, who is potentially joining us a bit later, has been kind of going out and surveying the local area a bit. He's met a couple of the hunters, the local hunters for the village, but the rest of his time has been spent over these last 3 days playing cards and just generally kind of relaxing. Okay. Same for Arwen, honing new skills, training. Same for Luminara as well. Cyrus, as we've discussed, you've spent some time after that initial celebration by yourself, meditating on some of the things that are on your mind at the moment. Okay, some of the things that you're focused on, the journey ahead being the primary thing that you're focusing on. Pike, you've spent some time in the shadows by yourself. A lot of your training has been done after the hours of the dark, and you've been honing other skills while others have slept to prepare you for the trials and tribulations ahead. And Osro, you have been waking early in the morning with our resident camp steward Dolph, and you have found a small area by the stream to the north where you have been training. Dolph has offered to spend time with you to hone those skills, to see if he can teach you some of what he's learned over his years of brawling in Glacier City. And you have found that during that process, he's opened up and he talks to you a little bit about his past and experiences that he's had. So we pick up on the morning of the 4th day. Okay. The weather is stable for now in terms of it's not a huge blustery wind and vast amounts of blizzard snow coming in. It seems calm out there. You've woken early in the morning. Some of you have come down to break your fast. Others have stayed upstairs in your rooms. We will pick up with Pike and Cyrus, okay, on the morning of the fourth day. And if we just come down here, this is the second story of the tavern where you've been given rooms for the time for free of charge. And we have the two of you still sitting in your rooms, basically. Of the rooms you've been given, in the center of the upstairs of the tavern, you have 6 rooms. Okay? 4 individuals and 1 that's a joint room. So you two are in there currently. Arwen and Luminara have not woken and come downstairs yet. They appear to still be in Luminara's room. And then just going down to the tavern ground floor, Tiberius is sat with a couple of the locals, 1 local and 1 somebody who, from your time in the village, you have not seen before, so it looks like they may have got there in the morning. Okay, Magnus and Torek, you are breaking your fast together, as you have been each morning for the last few days since Torek you recovered from your injuries, as you've planned to, discussing certain things that between the two of you. Okay. Osro, you are elsewhere currently, and I'll pick up with you momentarily. All right?
Yep.
Okay. Does anybody want to jump in first with what they want to do or where they want to go as you wake up with the village on the fourth morning? It is, yeah, you're looking at a little bit past dawn. Bryce, the tavern owner, has rolled out food. They started to cook some meat, some stew for people, and there is bread that was fresh yesterday, and various other bits and pieces, some fruit for you to break your fast on. Okay. Tarek, give me an insight check.
Well, I mean, yeah, I do. I get exactly what you mean. Um, I mean, the abbreviation between Goshrak, Tal, and what's that though? Eh, record record of stone? Eh, perfect. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I guess you could. Well, I mean, that kind of happens when you crash through a roof, I guess, with well, I fucking can't even remember how much that thing weighed. Never seen one before. I mean, you hear about all sorts of things, and from passing trade caravans and all that, but Never ever seen one of them. That was, and I thought I was the most dangerous thing in the sky. Yeah. Woke up to her helping me out, so well, I just managed to walk out of that house with her help, so it was good. I don't know. Haven't seen him. Haven't even seen him come down yet, at least. I'm just like, I'll like peek my head, like lean on my stool and like peek around the corner.
Bear
Eh,
with me.
I guess I deserve it.
Just need to interject, and I don't want to spoil this fantastic, but we just have a technical issue here with sound at the uh, yeah, at the moment it's just Torek and me are the only ones that can be heard at the moment. They're just I've just been made aware.
Try that then. Can you buggers hear me now?
I'm just waiting on I'm just going to wait on confirmation, and I'll just get Pike if you could just give me just a hello or something. That'll do. And Cyrus, can you give me a hello? He's
Hello, 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 hello.
and Osro, can you give me a hello? I'm just wanting an indication because
I thought,
Hello, hello.
okay, I'll just have a. I'm just waiting for some kind of confirmation that the.
are we gonna have to start doing sound offs every
Okay,
time we start the sessions?
no, we're
now?
all good. I've had confirmation that we're all accounted for. Okay, sorry about that. So just to pick, and I do apologise because that means some of only half of what you've just discussed has come through. So just give me a quick
It's probably best we don't.
I'm sorry, Magnus, you were kind of stuffing your face there. What was all that again?
Anyway, as I was saying, looking at these top two words here, you get what they mean, right?
Oh yeah,
Good. Right.
Gather tall room,
Perfect.
secret stone, that type of thing.
Sorted. Right. Well, I think our lesson's done for today anyway.
Yep.
So,
I'll be sure to teach you a few words down the line.
oh, if you wouldn't mind, yeah, I'd be flipping mint. Understand what you lot are chatting about. Can hear squawks and flipping all sorts going on. Be handy. What's up with Osro then? He got a bit of a history, hasn't he? You know what's his thing going on or not? Do you know much about it?
Well,
He's opened up too much, has he, or not?
well, I mean, he's from what we only recently learned, he's from the Order of the Ancients.
Yeah.
From what my Baps told me in the past, he fought alongside one of the Order in the last war. I think that was what, 50 odd years ago?
Yeah, I bloody heard about that up north. I mean, my parents and my mother told me, but yeah, it was flipping 50 odd years ago.
But,
Mad, isn't it?
but yeah, his order's not in a good shape.
Oh, shit.
They're
What's happened to it? What happened to his order?
my
They
father
attacked or
didn't tell
disbanded?
me exact details, but just something. Deximo just disappeared after a while. He mentioned something to my father about his order being attacked, and then
Dexmo's his dad or his teacher or what?
ah, if Deximo's his dad, I'm very confused now. I'd start questioning my father's memory.
Ah, right.
But
So is he still alive, this Dexamo?
no idea.
I guess he wants to find him, does he, or Osro?
No idea on that either.
We'll ask him.
I mean, to be honest, we've not actually talked a lot. That he means well.
Keeps himself to himself a little bit, doesn't he? Good at a grapple, but the silent type.
Well, I mean, it's only feels like a few days ago he started to speak in, well, maybe a few weeks back he started to speak in full sentences.
Bless him. I still struggle now, but fair play to him.
As you're having this conversation, guys, you look around and you see that the tavern is starting to fill with familiar faces, some of which you see come down at the same kind of time. You look off to your left and your right shoulder, and you see Brynwald and Greta have come across to the tavern to break their fast. In the tavern, as they have done for the last few mornings. They give you a courteous nod as they come in and they sit down, but neither of them wants to impose or to interrupt what you're doing, so they leave you well alone and to it. As you glance over, you find other familiar individuals, people that you've come to know by name, and a few other individuals dotted around. You see Tiberius is sat down here and is keeping it himself not so much keeping himself to himself, but he is sat with a couple of individuals, one of which you semi-recognize to be a member of the town, and somebody that you've not seen before. And then as you just kind of taking a bit more of the scene in, again, you're just seeing a few faces. These people are, some of which are the ones that came out to try and fight that hill giant, but got there just a little bit too late. But yeah, there's a few familiar faces dotted around. Okay.
Do you reckon's up with them? Do you reckon they're hiding anything else then, Torek, or old Brimwald over there? Seems a bit shifty, doesn't he? Was he all right?
Next thing you know, he's going to be asking us to feed the deer, and I wonder what that'll mean.
Right.
I just hope that's the last of it.
Oh, you reckon?
Going from bandits, then a few days, and then this.
We've had a bit of a flipping time of it, haven't we?
Ugh.
Do you reckon he knew about the bandits? Did he know about the bandits?
Trying
to think if he did.
I mean, we definitely found out about it from that trader.
What
was it the trader that walked past?
Yeah, or the traveller.
He got mugged by them.
Bandits, did he?
Oh no, he did. He got mugged by them, I'm pretty sure.
No, Brimwald.
Oh, Brimwald. No, I don't think he did. I'm not really sure.
Oh well, let's keep him at arm's length, I suppose. Well, your arm's length. My arms are a little bit shorter than yours, but
yeah, I'll keep him at wing's length. You keep him at your axe length.
Yeah, yeah. It's been hard carrying this thing around all the time.
Oh God.
Did you you got anything planned for today or not?
Not really. Just kind of maybe if you we do a bit of shopping, maybe get some food.
Right, get some supplies for the.
Yeah, some preserves.
Well, I'm gonna see what Brimwald's got on the cards for today, and see if I'll have a quick chat with him. What do you reckon?
Yeah, very good
some
chat.
Random stuff around the side, isn't he? Let's go and have a chat.
You're heading on over to Brimwald.
Yeah, I'll pick up whatever drink I've got. What we serving? It better be ale.
It could be ale. There is ale there. Bryce has got a series of hearty ales and meads, some of which you've tried before. They're local breweries, or as local as to this part, the western side of Nostromar. So yeah, if it's ale is the one you're looking for, then you'd have been able to purchase one. Well, not purchase one. You'd have been given one at a decent hearty size to keep you going, basically.
Nice.
So I'll grab an ale and a big chunk of bread and a big slab of cheese and slam it on top of the bread.
Ooh, pass me a bit of that.
Oh, it's been all right, this cheese. It's better than my mammoth wheel of cheese that I had back at Glacier City. Proper cheese, this.
Quickly, pass me a bit of that. I'll have a wee bite before we head.
Throw it over to him.
Right. I'll catch it. And you know what? Do you know how have you ever seen a seagull just swallow something? I'm just gonna basically do that with the cheese, just chuck it up in there and then just start.
This revolting scene in the morning, basically just owl and just swallowing this thing whole. Okay, and you're heading over towards Brynwald and Greta.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you start walking over, and before they really notice your approach, you see them kind of leaning across the table, and Greta is discussing, or appears to be, you get the tail end of a conversation about provisions for the winter, meat. And she's kind of suggesting that it's becoming she's kind of said, hunters are more bold now that we've killed the manticore and the hill giant, but they still don't want to venture too far from the village. And Brindle kind of rubs his chin a moment. He says, I appreciate their concern, but our grain supplies will only last us for a portion of the winter. We need to secure meat to reduce the reliance on those things. Winter vegetables will get us so far as well, but it's imperative now that we find ways to reduce our reliance on grain and things that we've got. It's kind of like a general conversation about it. And then she kind of stops and says, good morning. I said, I trust you've slept well, and I trust you are well.
Well, I always sleep well, you know me. Flipping sleep like a baby. Mind if we pull up a pew?
No, please, by all means. And he and Greta move across to allow you to.
I was going to say I shuffle past like with my gut, just like brushing the back of his head.
Oh, go on then. Yeah, if you want to.
Beard slapping the side of his head.
So he's kind of like tries to push the chair in. He says, "No, please." He says, "What are you what are you eating this morning? Bryce's stew?"
Oh well, I've had a bit of stew earlier. I've had a couple of things of stew, and I'm on nice cheese and bread. It's bloody lovely, proper cheese down here.
Well, it's Bryce keeps the tavern well stocked, and he kind of looks to Greta and kind of it was like a vague kind of. Give me an insight check.
Oh shit. Yep. Ooh, 14. That comes
14. There is a moment where that pleasant facade kind of drops for a moment, and what looks to be a small spike of concern as he says that. And basically, but he quickly smiles again. He says, "So, I haven't had a chance to see you for a couple of days, but the works around the village are coming along nicely. Obviously, we are dodging the snowfall, and I have told our work crews to not try and break themselves. That we will manage, but with your help, both of you, it has been far easier than it would have been. So, please, just my thanks for everything you've done over these last few days."
More than welcome. More than welcome.
It's been no problem.
Yeah, he flipping old dogfight out there. He was flying around like a nutter, wasn't he? So I was a bit worried at a time when he piled through the roof of the cabin, but.
And the last you saw of Brynwold, obviously, Magnus, was him going out of the door and heading up north again.
From the first house.
and he turns to you, Tarek. He says, "Yes, I did catch a little bit of your handiwork as I kept my head down, moving between the homes back towards the tavern. I don't know if I should be so bold as to say, but that was one part bravery and one part insanity. But I am thankful to see that you lived to tell the tale." And then he kind of looks down at your wing, which is obviously very stiff from where you went crashing. He says, "Were you able to?" He says, "How was the movement today for you?"
I mean, not exactly been flying today, but I should be in flying shape shortly. Maybe give it a day or two.
And that's the thing, you haven't been able to fly yet in these days. So he says, "Well, perhaps try to go off the ground. Don't be jumping off any roofs until you're certain. But hopefully today is the day."
But it'd actually be the opposite. It'd be a lot easier actually gliding off a roof than trying to jump off the ground.
I will have the healer ready should you require their assistance again.
Well, have you got a ladder in one of these sheds?
Well, it is your associate Osro that was able to fashion that rope and ladder so masterfully, I might add.
Oh, that's true.
And then Greta, who's kind of been quiet at the moment, just been kind of ripping off her bread, and says, "I'll." And she turns to you and she goes, "A couple of the lads and I will be heading out doing some hunting today. I know you said that you wanted some information on the local area. When I come back, if you still want it, I'll get one of them to come over and speak to you." And then with that, she kind of nods to Brynwald and said, we'll see what we find today. And then he says, that would be appreciated. And with that, she starts to get up. Are you going to say something? Or
when are you and your hunters going out?
And she kind of stops and we've been heading west mostly, looking for local game, rabbits and deer. The weather seems to be making them harder to track. We're going to have to start going east, I think, today. And then she kind of glances over to Brynwald, who kind of just holds the gaze for a second and says, I'm not asking you to take any unnecessary risks, but just please, we will need the provisions. And she goes, all right, we'll do what we can.
Well, sorry, as Torek was just saying, sorry to interject, but we did overhear that you may be struggling with some supplies. I mean, we're probably knocking about for a day or two. If you need a hand, I don't want to speak for everyone, but if a brawly dwarf can lend a hand, then I'm more than happy.
Yeah. And Brindle kind of almost seems almost a little awkward. Says, "We've had so much assistance from you already. I couldn't possibly ask anything more. But yes, we are finding that some of our supply stores were damaged in the recent weeks, and we will need to make sure that we have enough to get us through the winter. So there is some concerns there, but I've told Greta not to take any unnecessary risks, but to try and see if she can at least hunt the local region. So,
well,
and then Greta says, any assistance you can offer I'll take it.
Well, more than happy me. I can throw me axe, but point to Torek. He's the one with the big girt bow on him. So he'd be the one you want.
She kind of looks to you, Torek, over her shoulder with a half smile and said, I mean, I don't necessarily need your wings, but if you can still pull that bow back and your tracking's any good, then yeah, that'd be useful.
Just because I'm grounded doesn't mean I still can't be useful.
So,
you could use the extra pair of eyes, maybe.
All right, well, if not this morning, I'll see you out the front of the tavern tomorrow morning early, and we'll head on out and see what we can find.
What time are you leaving this morning, actually? I've got to make a... Well, actually, is Cyrus down here? And I'll just peek around the corner again, see if Cyrus is there.
No sign of Cyrus as of yet, but he may be down momentarily once I head across to him where he is. Okay?
Looks like he's not woken up yet.
She says, said, by rights I should already be out there with them. The lads have gone out earlier this morning, but I came back. I had a few errands to run, and I stayed local to speak to Brynwald. So we'll go out before dawn tomorrow.
No worries then.
Well, you can check if the rest want to tag along. If I don't know if anyone else is up for it, but they may have other plans.
She kind of smiles, says, as Brynwald says, thank you, and she kind of gives you a light tap on the shoulder, being careful not to hit your injured wing. Basically, she taps you on the shoulder. She walks past, and she heads out the door. Okay, uno momento. I need my other. There you are. Okay. So Brynwald, and as she kind of walks past, Brynwald he almost puts his head just onto his hands onto his face and just kind of takes a sigh and says, "It was almost easier when the only thing we had to concern ourselves with was the hill giant and the manticore. The return to normality is welcome, and please do not think I'm not grateful, but there are so many more problems to focus on."
Whilst I'm stuffing my face, I'll be like, what, you mean just the rations and the winter supplies, or I hate to ask, but it sounds like you got more problems.
You hate to ask, or you hate to ask, Magnus?
Both, very both. Hate to ask.
It is the day-to-day administration. I'm starting to remember why it is that I didn't want any part of this role. My brother was ever the one who should have been elder, and I would have been much happier with a position in commerce in Icefjords. But alas, the role is mine. So,
Well, I can help you with hunting, but I can't help you with numbers, I'm afraid.
well, I will manage. If you are willing to help us with some hunting, then that will be more than enough. Thank you.
What did you do with the manticore's bodies, actually?
And you basically over the last few days, they have been slowly taking them apart and burning them. So the manticores took a day and a half basically between them. The hill giant is more or less gone, but it's taking a lot longer to chop it up and physically carry off. That work has had to be done by a work detail of villagers basically. It's been kind of taken to where you burnt that building down, or you set fire to that old derelict building, and the fire from that has been restoked to burn it away. Okay. So it has created a bit of a smell.
I was going to suggest eat the manticore.
Eat the manticore. Not a bad shout. And as you're saying that, you're actually saying that. So he kind of sits there and he says, I don't know if we'd have trusted the meat, but now I sit here and think about it, knowing what I know, I do wonder whether I should have taken the risk.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you go for the animal part and not the incredibly horrifying face part and the tail, I mean...
Or the tail.
Fine.
It's... Yes, perhaps it's something I should have considered. You're right. I don't know how well my people would have taken to eating it, but a few more months like this, and they would have found they probably would have had little choice. Should any more manticore come in, I will be certain to take it into consideration.
No, don't say that, please. I can already feel my wings twitching. Please don't.
PTSD already.
Just the roar of that manticore just in your ear.
Oh God.
You barrel rolling for a long time, yeah? Are you, Torek?
Says, well, unless you require anything further from me, I'm sure Isabella will have a list of jobs that she will want me to do around the home, and I have delayed as much as I possibly can. So please take your time to rest, gather whatever provisions you need for the day, and as I said before, any assistance that you can offer us at this time is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Well, have a good morning.
And with that, he kind of nods to you both and rises and kind of makes for the door to go and head home. Okay.
Were they drinking anything?
There is a half cup of ale for each of them. It looks like it's just a half cup of ale.
Magnus, and I'll just like slowly slide Gretas over to him.
Okay, who leaves ale, eh? Just pick that up and chug it with it, dribbling down each side of my beard, and wipe it off with my sleeve.
Okay, so what are you two doing now then? Which way are you heading? What you up to?
Torek, I forgot to ask Brimwell before he dashed to do his chores that his missus got him do. They had a blacksmith here, didn't they?
Yeah.
Did he say had a blacksmith? Oh, I might have to nip over in a minute. I had these silver ingots from the mine shaft back there. I completely forgot all about them. I wonder if they can fashion them on my axe, but I think it takes a little while. I don't know how good their blacksmith is.
Didn't we? Oh, we talked to the one in the last town, didn't we?
Yeah, we spoke to Glacis City or
Icefjords.
Icefjords.
She said it would take a while, didn't she?
Oh yeah, I don't want to. I may. Depends how long we're, doesn't it? Oh, I'll hang on to him. I think she said
we'll get our chance one day.
Yeah.
And I'll just like reach into my bag and plonk the silver ingot I've got on the table and be like, that will be a nice knife one day.
Right. Should we see if the others are up?
May as well just sit here and enjoy ourselves. Give them time to get down.
Ah, true.
Don't know when they pass.
Okay. Cyrus might be in transit at the moment between.
He is. Yeah.
He is in transit, so I can either pick up with you, Pike, unless you have business specifically with Cyrus. I can pick up with you, or I can go to Osro if you prefer at this moment.
Cyrus is currently driving, so you're probably better off going elsewhere.
Okay. Osro, are you present?
Yeah, you can hear me?
I can hear you. Give me a second. I need you to roll initiative.
All right, 1 second.
I already know what you're fighting, and good luck.
Straight into it. Jesus.
Okay. $14, yep.
Yep, 14.
Okay. So as you've woken up in these last few mornings, and you've come down to the riverside, to this quiet spot between these ancient stones, basically, it was could have been some old. The base of it could have been some old fortification, but it's been built up to kind of act as some kind of very crude barrier for the village. But what it's done is created a small, secluded space for the two of you to train. Okay.
Cool.
And this is the fourth morning of you doing so. So as you get yourself gathered, and Dolph kind of comes over and says, "Right, keep the guard up. Remember, keep those arms moving. Grappling is one thing, but we're going to teach you to hit hard, okay?" And he says, "Are you ready?"
Hit hard. Ready?
Okay. And with that, he takes 3 swings. Well, he's going to take 3 swings at you. First one, 13 to hit.
Nope.
Second one comes flying in over the top, like an overarching 9 to hit.
Nope.
Third one, 20 to hit.
That will hit.
So as he just immediately lunges towards you, basically, and you see that telltale attack that you've come to notice from the training that you've done over the last few days, he swings forward and you duck underneath it. He comes over the top and you move back out the side. But unlike what he usually does with the uppercut, he comes again from the other side, and it comes low, basically, and it catches you on the side of the head. Okay? So he hits you for 8 points of damage as he just basically connects to the side of your head. Okay. So you two are now in. Okay, it's your turn.
This is just straight, no arms of astral self or anything, right?
It's
I'm not
whatever.
trying to kill.
No, this is whatever you want to do. This is just a. Consider this. While HP is HP, consider this in itself a point of just before unconsciousness. Okay, this is how you've been fighting, as close to, but not to it. Okay.
Sure.
You
All
can
right, well, I'll
fight.
bust my arms out. Yeah.
And then as you do, he goes, "There they are," and he's kind of moving low and keeping his guard up, basically.
He takes 3 force damage.
Okay. Okay, so as he moves back, as the astral arms are popped,
Unarmed strike, 19 to hit.
will hit.
7 damage.
7 damage.
2 more. 24 to hit.
Will hit.
10 damage.
Okay.
11 to hit.
11 doesn't hit.
Done.
Okay. And he kind of like cracks his neck. He says, "I think you're hitting harder each day with that." And he says, "Right, move your feet." And he goes in again. Okay.
Got it.
First swing. 9 to hit.
No.
So that
18,
second
17.
swing. Okay, so 19 will hit. And then a natural 1. So the first one, you see it coming, you move out of the way. The second one, he connects with the body, but as he swings the third one, because you've moved back a bit against the stone, you duck, and he actually smacks into the stone, and you hear it connect with the stone, and he kind of shakes it off, and he says, "Fucking hell, all right." Okay, that second hit. 7 points of damage, okay?
Got it.
Okay, so he kind of moves back a little bit. You're still keeping each other as you're moving around each other. He says, "You all right?"
Fucking hell. All right.
All right, come on then. Give me what you got. Remember what I taught you.
14 to hit.
Doesn't hit.
19 to hit.
19 will hit.
9 damage.
Okay,
19 again.
will hit.
8 damage.
Okay. Okay, all done?
Yep.
So you've basically come back out on the counter, you've moved quickly, and you've basically moved out the way of those defensive strikes, and you just hit him with 2 of your 3. And he kind of like rubs his rubbers a little bit, and he says, "Right." He says, "Now, if I parry this way, and then go this way, remember what I told you, be ready to counter, okay?" And then he goes in again for a third. He says, "This one might be a bit new. Watch what I do." And he goes to swing again. First hit, 15, so that one misses.
Yep.
Second one, misses. Third one, 23. So you're able to anticipate those first 2 strikes, but then he pulls back and then goes fast under your guard, and then upwards basically, and just connects with your chin, knocking you backwards. Okay, so the damage on the third one, 11 points of damage.
Got it.
Now, hold on a second. I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw. So as he comes underneath your guard and just connects with your bottom of your chin, you stagger backwards and you almost stumble and fall backwards, and he immediately comes at you like he's going to take advantage, but you were able to regain your feet and put your defenses up quick enough, and he just goes, good, come on at me then. Your turn.
Good.
Uh,
11.
doesn't hit.
Nat 20.
Okay.
16 points of damage there.
Okay.
25.
Okay.
11.
Right. So with
Big round up there.
that. Okay. So as you come back at him for that final one, now this is going to take it right to that point. Okay, how do you want to basically finish that parry? As you bat him with that first one, you see him kind of go a bit dazed. This is the end of the fight, basically. Okay, how do you want to do it?
Just a series of left hooks.
Just hold him in place. And just keep placing those left hooks in there.
Yeah, on the body.
Okay.
Bang, bang.
So as you get him pinned with the right side, and you just basically keep bringing those left hits, he just smacks it, and you feel the kind of the legs start to go, and he just holds on to you and just puts his hand across you, and you kind of steadies against you. Okay, and in that moment, he kind of just catches his breath and just kind of coughs, and he says, "Good, you're getting better, you're getting quicker, and that's feeling like it's hitting a lot harder every single day. You're a natural student, Osro. Well done." And he kind of puts his hand out to kind of grasp your hand.
Grasp his hand. My thanks to you.
He says, "Right." He says, "You might have to walk me back to the tavern and put an ale in my hand, because I think you ringed a bell on that last one." Oh, he says, I'm starting to regret agreeing to do this.
Well, let's go.
All right, I'll gather my things. Don't go too far. You're going to need to walk me back. And he starts walking around to kind of collect his items up. So in terms of where you are on the north side of the village. And just as you're kind of gathering things up, you kind of pick up an individual who's walking, who's basically coming in from the north. Okay, and he crosses over the stones. And you recognize him immediately. This is somebody who's come out and passed you by a few times each morning. And he gives you, as he passes underneath the tree and passes by, he gives you a courteous nod. He says, did you win today, or was this one for Osro? Oh, sorry, is this one for Dolph?
This one was mine.
And he says, all right then. Well, to the winner goes the spoils. And he reaches, and you see on his back, he's got a piece of like a long stick, and hanging off the back of it on small individual ropes is several hair that he's obviously gone out and caught. And he just takes one, slits with the back, and he just throws it to you. And he says, to the victor goes the spoils then. And he says, better luck tomorrow, Dolph. And he goes, fuck you. And with that,
I look over at Dolph and I'll say, it'll be worth it in the end.
and he's kind of rubbing his head. He says, what, the brain damage? And he says, I'm halfway there already, I think. and he kind of clicks. He says, right, come on then, let's go and see if the others are awake. And with that, the two of you are heading back towards the tavern. Okay?
Yep.
And he's walking with you, and he just says, you got anything else you need to do today?
I might look for a chain at the merchant, if there is one.
I don't know about him. It might be a general store. He said, why don't you try the blacksmith? When you going to have a word with that Aragon lad? He might have something for you. Or fishing, something for fishing, maybe. I don't know. Possibly.
Excellent idea.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go and get a stiff drink in my hand. I'm going to have something to eat. And I might have a lie down, I think. So that's you two.
Pull out my healing kit and toss it to him as we part ways.
Your healing kit.
Yeah.
Right. Are we doing the same thing again tomorrow, or do you want to wait and have a break?
Same thing tomorrow.
I think you can see this. Yes, I can't fucking wait. With that, steps inside and immediately heads towards the Bryce and the bar, and leaves you standing in the doorway. Okay.
Got it.
So as you're looking around, you see Tiberius is sitting there, and he just seems to be intent in conversation with a couple of people. And you see Magnus and Torek up on the raised section to the right. Okay.
Got it.
Do you want to go and see them, or is there anything you want to go and do? Or?
Probably just grab a meal.
Okay.
Probably up near Torek and Magnus, probably.
Okay, so I'll place you up there. So you two, you see Osro come over.
Like a buffet or something, or a server.
As you at the moment, you don't see anybody doing any serving or anything, but Torek and Magnus, as you basically had food brought over to you by Bryce shortly after you arrived. Okay.
You right,
Okay,
Osro?
Hey, Featherkin.
Morning.
How'd you get on this morning then? Did you beat that old git's ass or not?
The day was mine.
Wow, wonderful. I'll slide a bit of a plate of bread and stew over. You alright? You look like you could do a bit of that.
Yeah, he's a tough old git.
Yeah.
Well, it looks it. That's certain.
He's done alright in a few scraps. You managed to get any info on him? Like he's pretty handy in a fight, and I thought he was just a flipping wagon driver. Turns out he can smash a Manticore's temple in.
I mean, we found him out drunk outside a bar, so
Is that how you found it? Where? What, up north?
Yeah, back in Glacier. We've just saw him drunk outside of a bar. Thought I'd give him some work.
Bloody
I
hell.
just laugh.
Next thing you know, we see him catching an arrow. So
Well, that was pretty impressive at all, wasn't it? Bloody
yeah.
loon. Oh, fair play. What, and he's never said anything about himself being a flipping fighter, I guess.
To give you a bit of information from your conversations over the last couple of days, Osro, you have learned that Dolph has had a very hard upbringing, one of several children, to a family where father was never there, mother wasn't there after a quite an early age. So they brought each other up, as siblings tend to do. Some went into more spurious lines of work. Others found their way into trades. Dolph couldn't really seem to fit into either, so found that his real talent lay in fighting, which he learned from a early age. If he wanted to eat amongst several, a dozen siblings, he had to be pretty hard to do so. So you've learned that he has done some bodyguard work. He's done some fighting pit work in the back alleys of certain taverns, the ones of ill repute in Glacier City. You found out that a lot of the things he's learned by luck or by having something hit him, not kill him, but then he's learned, don't let that hit you again, basically, which is why he looks kind of the way he does. And that's including projectile weapons being fired at him. So he's certainly a tough old bird. Would definitely be the right phrase for him. Okay.
But I got no indication that he is in any way a monk of any type or anything like that.
Not in the traditional sense. If he's not had any formal training as a monk, that much is clear. He's learned combat styles from fighting, and being tempered by combat.
Cool.
Okay.
So I'll reply to Magnus. It's still notoriously difficult to roleplay a Kenku, but
I think we've said that you can pin together and you can insert whatever kind of changes in variation.
I know. I'm trying to do different voices, but just bear with me.
Don't worry.
We focused on mostly our studies, but he had a rough upbringing.
Well, to be fair, he does look like he's had a hard time of it. You learnt much when you were scrapping with him over the past couple of days then? Just his dodgy upbringing.
And I'll kind of do mocking hits, like how to hit harder, strike faster.
Love it. I love it.
Oh, fair play.
Guess that you hit harder this time, though.
No, I guess I'll summon my wings back or my arms back in. So.
Oh, I was going to say, you didn't hit him with those fuckers, did you? Poor bastard.
Oh,
I did.
God.
Oh, I feel sorry for him.
Oh, no wonder he's heading over to the bar. He's bound to have a headache.
And as you look over Osro's shoulder, Torek, you see him. He's kind of sitting there. He's got food in front of him. He's kind of sitting there with his hands on the back of his head on the bar, basically.
Oh, poor fella.
Well,
now I feel.
Oh, well.
He'd probably beat me if I didn't pop my arms out.
So you basically pulled your ace out your sleeve then?
Had to.
Well, I remember, Osro. Greta is off. I think she said tomorrow, didn't she, Torek?
Tomorrow morning, I believe, yeah.
Yeah. They're off hunting. We thought we might tag along if you're at a loose end, kicking your claws. If you want to join us.
Yeah.
Wait for a challenge.
Yeah, flipping grab some things with your astral arms, I'm sure. You doing anything now? You want to do anything today?
Some shopping, perhaps.
Oh, I'll tag along. I'll go have a quick word. I might add to the blacksmith at some point if you're heading that way. Give me a nod.
Indeed, indeed.
Eh,
I'm just kind of reaching over and grabbing some food off Torik's plate.
And yeah,
yeah, feel free. I'll just slide that forward as well. I'll be like, Osro, you
Like a French fry.
you wouldn't have you wouldn't know any exercises or anything to help me, take flight quicker, would you? And I'll like stretch out my wing. I'll be like, it's it's really stiff, and it's kind of but it's gonna be troublesome maybe if this lasts.
If that's a joke, I'm not amused.
Oh, come on, you gotta know something.
You realize I can't fly, right?
Oh no, I didn't mean any offense, Osro. And you'll see like Tor kind of like panics, like sort of shuffling his chair.
One day we will.
Oh, we really need to do something about that. That's really unfair in your race. Jeez.
I just give him the raven's eye while I'm eating a French fry off his plate.
and yeah, as you're kind of like
French fries are not canon.
French fries and some kind of what looks like cut chips, basically potato chips.
Cut up potatoes that look
Cut
like
up
they've
potatoes.
been put over fire.
So Bryce kind of walks over eventually after you've kind of been pilfering Torik's plate for a few minutes and kind of sees you've come in, and he says, so I understand you might have given him a bit of a battering this morning. He says he's talking about his head ringing, and yeah, I've had to prop him up a few times. Well done, good job.
Yeah, perhaps he should see Luminara.
Well, I think he's going to just sleep it off for the minute. I'm pretty sure he's almost drowned in his stew a couple of times. He's just lay on the front of the bar. But I'll when he wakes, I'll send him up to her. He says, meanwhile, and he just pushes up a wooden plate of an assortment of just cold meats and some potatoes and some things across. And he says, get yourself into that. Stop pilfering his. And they just gives you a wink and a smile and just heads back towards the bar.
You wouldn't happen to bring over maybe Magnus ale, mead?
Oh, bloody right, yeah. Fuck me. You have to ask me twice.
That's like what, 4 or 5 you got in now?
Yeah, well, still early, isn't it?
And Bryce kind of says 3, and he's kind of got that kind of like that closed left eye, basically. 3 for you?
Yeah, 3 big uns.
All right.
I guess I'll do some catching up as well. I'll take 2 meads, please.
2 meads, 3 ales. Bloody hell. Yeah. And he kind of mutters, you can drink me out of the tavern. He says, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. Right, okay then. Yeah, sorted. All right. And with that, he heads off back towards the bar. All right.
As he's walking off, I look over my shoulder at him and go, all right, French fries aren't canon.
Wait, did he say that Dolph's when he wakes? And I'm gonna like peek over again. Is Dolph actually like unconscious in his stew again?
he's propped on the stool. He's got the stew there, and he's kind of like leaning to the side like this, basically. And he's just kind of, and as Bryce goes back round the bar, he kind of like just kind of props him a little bit away from it, basically, because he's looked like he's leaning, like he's about to fall into it again. So it looks like he's catching some Z's on the bar.
Bloody hell, Oscar! I think you might have to pull your punches next time.
We might have to cancel tomorrow's session.
Poor bugger.
But I may have learned all there is to learn. For now.
Remind me not to get in a tussle with you, Pelican.
Well, I've seen you in a couple of scraps, and you seem to handle yourself, Osro. Where did you learn it from, anyway? Where do these fancy arms come from?
Oh, that would be Master Dexamo.
Oh, yeah. Who is Dexamo, anyway?
And you're just going to see Torque slightly like lean just slightly across the table, just prop his chin up for his beat.
Oh, the great Master Dexamo.
He's your master, is he?
Indeed.
Is he still around?
Yes, somewhere. Anywhere and everywhere.
Ooh,
But nowhere.
fucking hell.
That's cryptic.
Bit deep, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's had he's had one ale and he's all over the show.
I'm just gonna. Is there actually like a mug of ale or anything in front of him? I'm just gonna like slowly just see if I can like pull that away.
Within a few more moments, Bryce comes and places the 3 ales and the 2 meads down on the bar. Just gives you just a nod without really saying anything, and you find your drinks are replenished. Okay.
Hey.
I'll lift my cup and I'll say, Master Dexamo, his whereabouts cannot be known under any circumstances, not even by me.
Oh, right.
But I do hope to see him again someday, sooner than later.
Has your
Well-
order become that secretive?
I'll set my cup down and look him dead in the eye and say, Featherkin, we're being hunted.
I'll hold my tongue.
Is that... Sorry, forgive me. I may have had another ale or two, but your order got disbanded or driven out from people hunting you?
Completely dismantled and dispatched, more like it. And I'll kind of gesture to kind of keep the volume down.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. I'll whisper.
Our kind is
was-
persecuted.
Say again. Sorry.
Our kind is persecuted unfairly.
What? Kenku or your order?
No,
Your
the
order.
order.
Oh, right.
Oh, was it?
Those of us that are still left.
It was
Our
Dumont
numbers
as well, wasn't it?
Yes, Dumont.
Why were
The
you
treachery.
Why were you
The tre-
persecuted? What did you do? Or not you, but your order.
I can't imagine what excuse they would have.
Oh, right.
And we're heading there as well.
Yes, many answers await.
We likely
We're
to
gonna
get in
have
a
to
bit of trouble in Dumont then? Sounds like it. Or we got a lot
Dumont.
of explaining to do. One of the two.
It's best if they know not who I am
Right.
or from where I hail.
We'll make sure to get you an extra big cloak before we get there.
Would you
Yeah.
be recognized if you went there? Would they know anyway? How would they know? Unless anyone told them, obviously.
I have no way to know. This is a land of magic and mystery.
All right.
They've scattered us far and wide and continued to pursue. So they must have methods that I'm unaware of. It's been some time since I've talked to anybody from the order.
This sort of Magnus sort of looking a bit, mulling things over in his brain, his fairly small brain. So these assassins, these fuckers that were chasing us in Glacier, anything to do with them or not? Because you seem
I know not.
to string them up on a bit of a rock or a hung, drawn, and quartered them a little bit.
Oh, about that. That was a moment of frustration. I let my emotions dictate my actions.
So it's not.
That's after years of knowing what they've done. And I don't know if they're chasing me specifically or just us. But the more we see them, the more I have a sneaking suspicion that they may be. So I've been thankful to have you guys by my side.
Well,
Happy circumstance, and I'm glad it has been.
I sort of pat Ozra on the shoulder and, well, they got to go through us, haven't they? They got to deal with all of us if they're going to come after you. So,
But they could very well not be after me.
Well, there's something
Like I
shifty
said,
going on. I
it's
guess.
a land of mystery.
Yeah, there's been some funny goings on. I had a simple life before I met you lot. Looking up in the mountains, out the way on my own, and yeah, it's been certainly interesting since I bumped into you lot. Just what I remember, Osro, I don't know if you've seen him over the last couple of days. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Timber. I think there was another Kenku in this village.
There is indeed.
Oh,
And
that's true.
I've got a funny feeling we got
Oh,
to
yeah.
head over to the apothecary. I
the
can't
apothecary
even
and herbalist there is, and she has not been seen very often, and when she does, she kind of almost flutters and almost gets panicked and goes
nervous.
back indoors. There is definitely a Kenku that has been seen but has not really interacted with many people.
Well, and she seems a bit of a twitchy kind of Kenku, but maybe you can talk her over.
Talking is not our strong suit, Magnus.
Oh, right. Well,
Toriko just got a chuckle at that.
I'd be really interested of how you communicate normally then.
But I can give her the eye.
A stern
Actually,
eye.
Osro, your order, they do they allow, you know? I don't know, it's kind of like just whistle slightly.
What, other birds, Torek? Is that what you're on about?
Well,
No.
Osro, do they?
Do what?
You know,
Talking about copulation.
I'm just giving him like,
I want him to
I'm just
say
giving him like a wee smile on a smile.
Make him say it, yeah. Make him
I
say
want
it.
him to say it so it's in my repertoire.
Osro, bloody hell, did they allow you to fuck?
Yes.
That's a phrase you got to keep now and just use everywhere you
It's
go.
not-
There you go, Osro.
Of course.
Magnus looks very confused, like trying to work out some stuff.
Cog slowly turning. Ah.
And after that, I'll raise a glass. Of course.
I'll raise my meat as well.
I'll raise it.
Those.
Pretty shit life if you
And then
wouldn't wear
after-
number two, isn't it?
I take a drink and I'll just mutter to myself, the simple life.
Right.
Ah.
Do you want to head out to find this Kenku, see if she's about, or
Let's go.
or swing
I
by
need
the
a change.
Yeah, come on.
Ah.
So you three are heading out to find the herbalist and apothecary,
Ooh.
correct?
Yeah, I got a funny feeling. Am I right? I wrote down knock knock.
Knock knock is correct.
Yeah,
That
okay.
is the name that's been given. Yeah.
Who's there?
So
I had to.
one time you get to make that. Okay, so as you three collectively stand and you're heading out basically to, it's still reasonably early, but you're heading out to start looking at blacksmiths for chains and apothecaries to go and see the other Kenku potentially in town or village. Correct?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as you three collectively move towards the door, do I have a Pike and a Cyrus waiting in the wings?
You do.
Hey.
Uh-huh.
Hey.
Right. Cheers for your patience, boys.
Start saying that, Pike. Also gets all turned on nowadays, isn't it?
Right.
Wow, he has got a female featherkin in the village.
Memento, boys.
Didn't realise there's going to be fucking romance options for everyone.
I like
to
turn the lights down low.
I like to cater to all the requirements of my players.
Can't wait for the Raven Queen to show up. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I forgot about that bit.
We pick up with you two sitting in the room, like the only two in the room at the moment. This room is occupied by also Torek and Tiberius, but they're not present at the moment. They've gone out early in the morning. Okay. Gentlemen, you have spent the last few days Cyrus, in your case, there's been an element of dwelling on past event frustrations, the journey ahead, concerns that you have building up that you can elaborate on in as you wish. Pike, you have been resting during the day, and you have been going out of the evening for the last few days. You've been honing your craft, shall we say.
Yeah.
The night that the celebrations, immediately after the killing of the Manticore and the Hill Giant, the village of Aetherwind was filled with revelry. There was light, and there was joy, music, and you partook in some of it, I would assume. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Of course, yeah.
But you found yourself drawn away from it at times, almost like something was tugging at a thread to draw your attention away. You ignored the nagging feeling that first night, and then by the second day, when you realized that you were going to be here while Torrik recovered from his injuries, and while the village was getting back on its feet, and you guys were, preparing for your next travels, you wanted to use this time to hone your skills. So you began your nocturnal rituals of going out, practicing your craft. That first night that you did that, even into the hours of the wolf, even into the twilight hours, you could never quite shake the feeling that you weren't alone. You could never quite shake the feeling that you were being observed, which for somebody in your line of work, specifically doing what you were doing, to begin with felt unnerving. Those rock steady nerves that you maintain during your performing the tasks that you do were being ruffled somewhat. But by the second night, you started to feel more at ease with it. You started to feel that it was whatever it was, whatever entity, whatever presence was there, just beyond the veil, just beyond the shadow, didn't mean you any harm. On the third night, when you were out, your slow, quiet return to the tavern in the hours basically before dawn, something catches your eye. In the fresh fallen snow leading to that has blanketed the village overnight, as you've moved through those flurries of snowfall, some small black specks dotted along the ground. And as they've caught your eye and you've moved a little closer, almost leading up to the entrance of the tavern, like rose petals, but not rose petals. Freshly fallen raven feathers. Okay.
Yes.
So that was last night. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So we pick up with you two in your room on the morning, okay?
Pike, you would have noticed this because of your keen eye and being aware of your surroundings. The last couple days, Cyrus has been kind of meditating, sitting kind of cross-legged on his bed, reading his book about the Raven Queen that he once shared a little bit with you, meditating a lot during the day, kind of leaving the town, going towards the outskirts of town and meditating alone. And I guess this morning, when we're the only two in the room, you're already sitting at the table. I guess once I'm done meditating, I will kind of get off the bed and sit next to Pike at the center table here. And I'm going to hand you the book. And I've been reading the book the last couple days. DM, do I have any more information? Because the last time we read the book together, it was very quickly, briefly, like I showed him the book, read a little bit, and Pike kind of told me where he's from. But over the last couple days, I really wanted to meditate and kind of read the book as much as I could.
The small, and this is you learned was put into mass production by somebody. This wasn't something that was intended to be centered to all of the followers of some kind of well-known order. This was given to you a very private account. If it was highly likely that there is not two, if there's another version of this book, that no two would be the same. So you've kind of, the more you've spent time reading it, you've got the impression that this is being passed on, maybe not by generation to generation, but that is being passed from follower to follower, with accounts and references and small scribbles of different people. And you see little, etchings and emblems, and some of them are, you can begin to recognize patterns, and you can begin to recognize handwriting in different areas referring to different things. It's very much a personal account by multiple people to build up this manuscript. It talks about her lady in places, but always with reverence, I suppose, and always with a certain amount of cautious respect. So never directly, never really, it's just always kind of left almost to be assumed. There is talking about the balance between life and death, about a certain amount of neutrality. It talks about the realm of shadow. It references and it talks about that in a again in reverence, as a place where you can be close to her, that you can feel her embrace, her shadowy embrace. It talks a little bit about how she shows herself, different forms, always in shadow, unless in a certain aspect, which is the very typical long, almost elongated features, but with the humanoid sort of outline and the porcelain white mask, but with almost exaggerated, like lengthy features. There is a small etching on one of the pages that is your eye is drawn to it, Cyrus, and you find yourself dwelling on it, although it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. There is a silhouette that is etched into the book, okay, of a creature that you're partially familiar with, okay, though you've never seen one yourself. It is a half human, half horse, okay, with large antlers, but it's a silhouette of it, and it almost like it's been drawn from the back. But the image that is silhouetted into the book is standing in front of something which is drawn behind, larger, almost made of shadow, and it seems to be a large version of the same creature, but bigger, with big antlers, basically. And there are some orange, they're not orange, but they've obviously been purposely made to look bright eyes, just eyes in the shadow, and the two silhouettes are kind of like almost facing each other, but from the perspective that's drawn into the book, it's from the back. Okay, and etched into the corner, basically just in a small bit of scribbling, it basically says, Our Lady chooses to show herself in many forms to many a follower, and that's all it says. Okay.
Is there empty pages continuing towards the back of the book to allow more people to add their own?
Yeah, there looks to be somewhere a third of the book towards the back is completely clean pages. Well, old but clean.
over the last couple nights, I probably would have also added during my meditation my own account of my near life and death scenario in my past and how I thought I saw her. Maybe a small reference to seeing multiple kind of dead, like how I saw multiple ghosts and appearances throughout gray fields and
Mm.
going into drift snows, and the account of how Pike and I might have saw her standing over the camp the one night. I'll probably have, over the last couple nights, written my own account towards the back of the book.
Mm.
And when I sit next to Pike, I'm going to pull out the book and kind of push it towards him. Pike, I've been thinking a lot since the last few weeks when you and I did that shift in camp and saw that person, creature, something watching us. And the last time we spoke, you told me you might know a little bit about it, where you're from and who she might be, but there's just something about it all that's just eating at me. Have you had any more experiences like that since that night when we've camped?
Um, Not exactly the same. I've started to notice some raven feathers dotted around, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sure if it's the same thing or if it's coming from the Kenku in town. But I don't know. There's just something funny about them.
There's just something, I don't know. Ever since that night, something's changed. And I don't know if it's within our group or something between us having something south, but ever since that night, I just feel different. I feel like I'm being watched. I get goosebumps at night. And I just feel like we're spending too much time up here. I feel like I'm being drawn to the south, especially with Toric's ailments. Do you know if the group has any plans to stay around or heading south? Have you talked to them much the last couple nights?
No, I haven't really spoken with them much the last couple of nights, to be honest. I was there for obviously the big part we all had, but now I've just kind of been doing my own thing, really. Just being chased by some assassins really has made me wanted to sort of brush up on a few skills I haven't used in a while.
Yeah, there's a lot of answers that I'm looking for, but I feel like we can't find them around here. The stones that I think you still have the stone, Toric's amulet, the assassins on the road, and Magnus
I've
thought
kind
he
of got
saw them
it.
in ice fjords,
I've kind
didn't
of
he?
got everything now. I've got the stone. I've got the amulet. Um, it's one of the main reasons why I wanted to kind of brush up on some skills. I feel like I'm sort of becoming a key target here. Seems to be holding all the mysterious stuff. Um, but yeah, it's just weird. Bit of a weird time.
I agree. And now that we've named our group, I don't know. Are we stuck with this group wherever we go?
Yeah. Naming the group's it's kind of like a double-edged sword. I'm sure it'll come in handy at times. I'm sure it'll be a detriment at times, but we were going to get a name for ourselves at some point anyway. We might as well have been the ones that came up with it.
And just as you guys are just talking, you're alone in the room, and as you're talking from the corridor, there's a sound. It's almost like the bending of a floorboard as precious placed onto a floorboard. And for the briefest of moments, your fox, which is stationed outside the door, has it's almost sends that quick alert to you, but it's gone almost as quickly as it was there. It's broad daylight, it's morning time, but you hear something for the briefest of moments, and the fox almost like an alert, but then it's gone. And it's just as you two are talking. Okay? And it just feels very quiet.
Did you hear that?
Was it loud enough? I was gonna say, is it loud enough that we both heard it, or?
Yeah. It's like it was almost in a moment, yeah, just between the two of you. It's almost like and then there's just you feel it, Pike, for a second, and then it dissipates.
I'm just gonna look back to the door, thinking it's one of our bunkmates, like opening the door, and it's still shut.
Are you gonna look to the door?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn around, thinking it's like Tiberius or Torek kind of walking in.
Nope, nothing. Whatever it was somewhere just off in the corridor outside.
Did you hear that? Do you think it's one of them coming back? Get some more sleep?
I don't know. I heard something in my fox alert me to something, but it was there's nothing there now. It's weird.
I'm gonna kind of tiptoe towards the door a little bit. You think we're being watched? Magnus did say he thought he saw one of them up in Ice Fjords.
I mean, we are being chased by some sort of assassin group, so I mean, it's likely we are being watched at some point. I mean, I think we should have a look outside, just in case.
My hand crossbow is kind of holstered at my hip, kind of like a revolver would be, and my hand kind of goes onto like the handle just in case I have to quick draw it. But my hand kind of goes onto the handle as I slowly open the door with my other hand.
Okay, so just pressing and just slowly opening the door. And
does it open in towards us, or does it open out?
It opens in towards you. So it's going to open this way in there, like that.
Okay, yeah, I'll slowly open it, and as I'm opening it with my hand on kind of my handle, I'll peek to
this direction.
Yeah, I guess wherever my eyes would gaze first, right when it opens, so down that way.
So the first thing you notice is the fox on the floor just seems to be just kind of moving and doing what looks like basic animalistic motions, but it doesn't seem to be really doesn't react to you at all, or nothing. You see nothing in this direction to here.
I'll kind of look back at Pike to see what he's doing, but say nothing.
I'm going to follow out.
I'm going to walk out and go to the corner I was looking at, and I'll kind of press myself up against that corner.
Okay. As you
I'll
stand
go out and I'll go like the other way.
Okay. As you both stand outside and you're kind of looking down the corridor, both give me perception checks.
Okay. 21.
15.
Well, although Pike is looking this way, it's Pike that notices it first on the other side. Just there. There is something just sitting on the floor, just there.
You know, maybe I looked down the first corridor, and then he saw, like, I'm looking down from the door, and then I turn around and look.
Can we see what it is, or?
From this distance, you can see what it is. You've seen it a few times. I'll give you 3 guesses what it is.
Mimic.
No. Sitting on the floor, on the ground, upwards like this, a single perfect raven feather. Just one.
I'm gonna go up and have a look.
I'll kind of tail behind him, hand still on the handle, ready to draw it.
Okay, what are you doing? You're just standing above it, are you?
Can I try and inspect it?
Just by visual or anything else?
Well, can I pick it up and inspect it?
Do you remember that moment in the first Lord of the Rings film where Bilbo drops the ring on the floor and then walks out and Gandalf goes down to pick it up off the ground? you remember that moment in the film? Yeah. What he flashes and sees. You remember that kind of. Just imagine your hand coming down to pick it up, and as you put your hand on it, you get an immediate that just kind of edges off like that, and just a flash of porcelain white face. And it just edges off, just like that, and just stops, just as you're about to touch it.
Oh shit.
Do I hear or see anything, or just to me it's just him bending over to grab it?
No, it's just him. He just stops short of grab. It's just literally as his fingers, the barest of touching. Okay.
So I'm guessing that would make my character jump.
It's loud in your ears. It's like it's so.
So I'm gonna
immense.
It's gonna make me back off a couple of make me jump back a little bit, if you know what I mean, like a knee-jerk reaction, like, what the fuck? But now I'm just gonna talk back to Cyrus, Cyrus, I saw something.
The moment he jumps back, my crossbow is full in hand, ready, What was it? As I'm getting closer to him after he jumps.
I think it was her.
Her as in the assassin, or?
No, not the assassin. Something much, much worse or better, depending on what they want.
You think it's her?
I think so.
And I'll kind of get closer
dude,
to Pike.
It was a massive porcelain face in front of me.
You just saw something when you touched it, or?
Well, I didn't even touch it. I went to touch it.
Your fingers barely grazed it, like you were just about to put your hands on it. It was in both of your ears, like it was all around you.
I'm gonna try and pick her up again.
I didn't see anything. Are you sure you saw something?
I'm sure I saw something, but I don't know. It was only for like a split second before I jumped back.
Okay. Apart from it feeling a small, just chill as you pick it up, it picks up fine. You just take it into your hand. It's just a large, perfectly full. It almost feels too large to be for a raven, but it's just it's just a perfectly formed raven feather.
Can I inspect it now?
Give me an investigation. What are you specifically looking for? Just anything more abnormal to it, or?
Yeah, just anything freaky, to be honest. It's a huge, perfect raven feather.
I mean, it's not like so abnormal that you're like holding it like this, but it's a large for a raven. It's just in your hand, and it's perfect. You would almost go as far to say it is beautiful, and that's a weird thing to describe. But that is your as you are holding it and inspecting it. It is elegant. It is perfect.
Right, Arcana check it.
You can give me an Arcana check on it. Yeah. Looking to see if it's got magic properties. It is. Let me get that log up. So
that's a 4, my friend.
So it is.
It's there.
If it has magical properties, you have no idea about them. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna. Can I see anything else from here?
You can't. You're looking over this way, though, aren't you?
Yeah. So I'm looking.
And Cyrus, you're looking towards him. You watching?
Yeah, I'm looking towards him and walking towards him after he jumped and all that, and I'm probably right behind him.
Bearing in mind that my fox is still looking the other way.
As you're walking Cyrus behind him, it is the strangest feel to have something brush past you and almost through you, but just to run almost like delicate fingers along the side of your face in the most gentle and just electrifying caress of the side of your shoulder and your face. It's like a hand has just ran fingers along the side of your cheek. As something has almost passed and through you, and it's so delicate and it's so just. They're just long fingers just run across the side of your face as you're walking, okay?
As I feel that, I'm going to stop and say, Pike, are you fucking with me with that invisible mage hand?
That would be seriously funny, but I am not, no.
You didn't just feel that?
No, I've had nothing. I've put the feather back up again and nothing's happened this time, but I don't
I'm
know.
like kind of like look
It just seems
around.
weird.
I'm kind of looking around like you're not fucking with me with that mage hand. I
I
know
swear
yours is
to
invisible. I've seen you pick things up with it.
You have seen me do that, but this is not that.
You didn't feel that? It felt like a hand brushed up against me, and it felt really weird.
Dude, I'm here all for it. I just had someone scream my name at me. Um, I didn't feel nothing, but I believe you. Whatever you felt.
And after that, is it back to silence? We don't feel
Nothing,
anything
no
else?
creaks, no cracks. You hear a small amount of wind picking up outside, but this feels like the loneliest, eeriest corridor in what should be a warm, vibrant indoor location. It just has an air of just, but it's not an unnerving cold. It feels somewhat. It's a strange sensation for it to feel cold, but not unnervingly so. You are or were in the presence of something that is unmistakable.
When I felt that touch, did I feel Fey Fiend or undead in my general presence?
Oh, that's a question. That is a question. That is indeed a question.
I hear typing on Google.
I want a definitive.
I bet he wasn't prepared for that one.
It's too simple to say that what it was is one of those things. I don't know if I could strictly even. I wouldn't want to get this wrong. Let me give. I'm leaning towards something, but okay. It's almost like your senses are skewed for a moment. It's almost like you feel all or nothing. It's almost like there's definitely an undead feeling for a moment that very much comes through, but that it's not in the same heinous kind of. It doesn't fill you with the same heinous revulsion that sense should do. It is. It's more than that. So everything and nothing is the only way I can describe it. It was an overload of the senses in that moment. Whatever it was that just moved so gracefully across you and just brushed your side of your cheek. Well, it's unlike anything that you've ever experienced. I'd go as far as to say it was pretty sensual.
I'm gonna look at Pike and be like, "There's something here with us. My senses just kicked off, but I've never felt something like that before. I've never sensed something like that before."
Well, I'm glad you finally got to the same page I was on. There's something definitely here with us.
I thought it was your mage hand fucking with me, but after that, do you still think it's her? And I'll kind of be behind Pike at this point, pushing up with him.
There's not many things that I know that one fucks around with ravens and wears porcelain mask.
You're from her realm, aren't you? Is this how she meets with people, whether good or bad? Is this a good or bad omen?
I might be from her realm. It doesn't mean I've ever met her. Uh, if it is who I think it is, they're a god. They do whatever they want.
Did you leave her realm on good terms? Was something happen that made you come to the mortal plane?
I mean, I didn't come here on my own terms, but I didn't leave on bad terms. I wasn't really like there long enough to leave on any sort of terms, really. I spent my childhood there. Um, but if it is her, there's she normally only interacts with people when she wants something from them, or wants them to go do something for her. So we got to try and figure out whether she wants something from us, or wants us to do something. In my opinion.
If that's how she interacts with people she wants from, how do we know what she wants from us? Yelling at us and touching us in weird ways?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna pull my
At this
book
point,
out
I'm just
because
along for the ride.
I'm gonna pull my book out because you said my gaze kept going towards like a specific drawing of like a half man
But one
horse
of the
guy.
almost towards the end, one of the last images in there was appears like the silhouette of a centaur with larger horns. But what it was facing, it was almost like the perspective was taken from somebody standing behind that individual or that entity, and what it was facing towards was something much larger.
I'm gonna hand it to Pike, and last couple of days I've been kind of meditating and reading through this book, and originally I thought it might have been like an actual book, maybe an account or some kind of history about her, but it's more like a follower's account. There's just pictures and scribblings and etchings of people's meetings with her. And there's one that I just keep coming back to. I recognize what it is, but at the same time, it is clearly something more. And I'll show him that. And I'll
That
point
image.
to it. I'll point to the image and I'll say, obviously it's a centaur, but I know centaurs are from the Feywild. They're creatures, so how would a centaur have any connection with her? And I'll kind of hand him the book.
Without you've got a passive insight, haven't you, a wisdom check or something. So generally, Pike, obviously you can specify as you want. You can say whatever you feel, but nothing on this particular image rings any kind of bells to you whatsoever.
Yeah, that's cool. That's how I was going to play it, to be honest.
Yeah. Not to put words in your mouth, but sorry, I just thought I'd just say in case there's nothing about this stands out to you.
No, that's how I was going to go. There's no way in my head. There's no way I'd know this character. So I wasn't like gonna. That's how I was going to go, basically. I mean, I really don't know anything about this, Cyrus. It looks like a picture of something. You sure this isn't more of a journal than it is rather than a book of information?
Well, that's what I was thinking. I originally thought it was, a book, just maybe histories or something about her, but after reading it, it feels more like followers of her passing it to more followers because it's all people's accounts of meeting her, scribbling, symbols. It's just kind of nonsense until you look into it, but is this symbol the newest like writing other than mine that I just put in?
It is very much towards the back. Yeah, there are some very similar. It's just again drawings after it. It's not the very back page, but there are things in the back which are kind of different variations of symbols that you've seen recurrent throughout the journal. It is a standout one page, definitely towards the back, maybe within the last 10 or so pages, and there's just little inscriptions and things. It's generally talking about from different accounts. There is small writings, so not the very back page, but towards the back.
Yeah, after reading it, I think it's just followers of her passing books like this around, people writing their accounts of her, those who maybe not are lucky enough to meet her, writing symbols or anything they can about her in this book. And I wrote my own accounts in the very back, but the last couple pages right before mine, they just keep standing out to me. So, I mean, if there are other followers of her in the kingdom, maybe we have to try to find them.
I mean, I'm sure there's definitely some followers of her out there, without a shadow of a doubt. Whether they're willing to admit it to complete strangers is another story. I think if you want to know more, it's probably better to ask someone who's got a bit more of a connection to her than I do.
Do you know if Jalos has any cities that might have a more religious, open outlook on religion? Maybe there's. This is both to you, Timber. Maybe I would know, or even Pike, if his character would know. Is there any cities within the kingdom that kind of have a very open view on religion? All religions are kind of accepted and worshipped there, like the religion capital.
The the most diverse religions, collective of different religions, is going to be in Azarius. That's not necessarily to say the entity that you're referring to, the lady, is kind of known and revered across all, but isn't necessarily the main patron of death and the afterlife, but is very much a shadowy kind of entity that is known throughout. In terms of those that would openly practice and worship, anything that is outside of the mainstream, the ones that are considered good, wholly to do with civilization and order and justice, if you're looking for anything that's a little bit more across the pale or outside of the norm, Azarius is the place to go. The Nostramarian culture, religions tend to be very much entrenched in the old ancient, localized almost in some cases. Wintelis is very much mainstream righteousness, good, and the platinum dragon, Pelor. These are examples of and very much the empire in itself would enforce those. They have obviously Corellon, the elven one. But yeah, if you're looking for anything, any pantheon that's like or groupings that's a little bit more risque potentially, then Azarius would be your place to go.
I'll kind of tell it to Pike then. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we need to find someone who's more attuned to her than you and I. I don't even know where we'd start, but maybe if we come across anywhere on our travels with the group that are more open to religion or the darker side of religion and magic, maybe we poke around and see if we can find something.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I think we should have a little poke around. I think we've. At the same time, I think we might see her sooner rather than later. To be honest, if it is her and she's already fucking with us to this degree.
You must want something from one of us or both of us if she's doing this. I didn't even know about her until our travels together, so I don't know if I pissed her off in any way in my past, but like you said, maybe we'll be seeing her whenever she wants to reveal herself.
DM, does the place still feel weird? Or is it more back to normal now?
No. It's the sense has dissipated to what would be normal.
Okay.
Okay, what are you two doing then?
Crossbow's getting holstered back after that weirdness, and
Okay.
I'll walk down the hallway behind Pike, look around there. Is it just more rooms or the staircases?
Yeah, the staircase. You've got the staircase there down to the tavern bar. Your rooms are here. Obviously, there's no visibility into them at the moment, but yeah, there's your room back there. You've got a double staircase. Yeah. Are you heading downstairs, or are you?
I'll look to Pike and ask him, do you have anything you need to do up here, or do you want to see what the rest of the group is doing?
No, I'm good now. I think we should probably just try and see what the rest of the group's up to.
Okay. Right. Uno momento, per favor. You gather yourselves. You kind of shake off this kind of weird feeling that that came over you for those few moments, and I've obviously haven't discussed it in the corridor. You make for the stairwell, and you are coming down the stairs together. Surprise, surprise! At the very moment, all this was taking place in sync. parallel. At the very moment you are both heading down the stairs, as you see 3 of your comrades collectively heading for the door, heading out. Okay.
All right, fuckers. What have you been up to?
I don't think you'd believe us if we said, as I will go walking down and join the group.
Probably not.
I mean, with what we've seen, yeah, give it a shot. Surprise us. Or not. I'm just gonna turn back.
Sorry, I was totally phased out there.
No, I
you
was
say?
muted on accident.
I know what it is.
Your brain is
Just
you're trying to
complete
comprehend.
silence. Just like you're just giving me like a vacant stare. Just
Both
like,
Cyrus and Pike look a little shook as they come down the stairs with vacant expressions of not quite sure what's just happened to us.
We're heading over to the path that Kerry together around. If you want to join us. Also,
Yeah, sure. I'm down for a stroll.
Yeah. Are there any flowers, any vases, or anything like that around here?
Flowers and vases. You'll probably see a small table decorations on a few of the tables of flowers that are localized, to the region, basically mountain flowers and things like this.
As I'm walking by one of the tables, I'll just kind of grab one off the table.
Oh, you silver tongue rogue! I don't. Very good. Okay. Yeah.
Wait, Osro, come here. I'm just gonna walk up to Oz. I'll just walk up to Osro and I'll just start like patting down his cloak. I'll just make him look more presentable, like making sure everything's will fit nicely. Like, Osro, this is important. Have you been preening yourself? Your feathers.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Oh yeah.
Right, go get her. Just give her a pat. Give her a pat on the back.
Okay. You 5 are collectively heading out together into the morning air. It's cold, it's fresh, but it is not blizzard conditions. It's almost got a serene blanket of snow from the last kind of flurries in the night, but it is not by any stretch terrible conditions. Okay. Are you all 5 of you heading together towards?
I am.
See.
Okay. I will. Well, unless anybody objects, I'm moving you all, and now we get to really test my. I don't know why I shot myself in the foot doing this, Osro, but I couldn't leave you hanging there. You had to have another. I had to get you another Kenku at some point. So the moment that I've been dreading, we'll see. You collectively move to where you know the western side of the village, and you come across a building that has. It's almost like a thatch hut, 1-story thatch roof with kind of like pine and different things like on the top of it to kind of give it a much more of a Hagrid's house feel, basically, with that kind of pointed and smoke, a chimney that's billowing from the top. Okay. You kind of all move in the direction towards the entrance. You hear a few what sounds like rattling bottles and things falling over. There's some kind of minor chaos inside. Okay. Okay.
Do you want to go in first, Osro?
Magnus will put the hand on the small of his back and just push him towards the door.
All right. Yeah, sure. I'll walk in there. Actually, no.
Okay.
First, I'll knock.
You'll knock on the door.
Yeah.
As you knock, it kind of partially opens. Basically, you just hear this from around the corner, and I'll give you a little bit of peripheral. As the door kind of opens up, you're immediately hit by the sight of kind of sprigs of different plants and things hanging from the roof, different herbs of all shapes, hanging off different pieces of twine on the roof, and there's bottles and small kind of pipettes all around the place, and mortars and pestles like everywhere. This general area is kind of filled with all kinds of different flora. Okay, there is a small kind of rattling around the corner.
These guys just like watching me, or are they
standing in the way?
I'll follow you. I was going to behind you. I'll lean round Osro down and go, "Hello."
Guy needs a fucking squad for the pool.
As he says
You
this,
did knock.
as he says this, a face, a long black face and a beak kind of appears around the corner and kind of moves around and kind of like moves out of this kind of almost nervous energy, and his head is going, looking you up and does it in a some kind of elegant female voice. Hello, Featherkin. It's kind of moving, and then looks past and says, "Customers, come in." And it goes from male, occasionally male, but primarily female, and the head is moving and just says, "Please, come in," and kind of gestures the wing to kind of offer you inside. And I'll move to about there. You're strolling in?
Stroll in, very cool.
Suave.
Okay. She kind of starts looking around and says, and is moving things around. Says, "What is it that you require?" She's kind of her head's just looking at.
Or elbow Osro.
Yep.
Need anything here? I thought you guys wanted something.
And she's kind of heads moves. "I have potions and ointments if you need them."
I'll just kind of
Oh,
looking
God.
around.
What's are you? I'm assuming there's not many Kenku in this village, and
She almost in this kind of like sporadic kind of moves to you. She goes, "I am the only one."
are you knock? Then I'm guessing.
She kind of taps quickly on the things. "Indeed,
Brilliant.
I am." The head is kind of curiously moving and looking at you.
Do you do that every time someone says your name? Knock.
And she kind of hand goes and then she stops herself. "I try not to."
Cheery, isn't she? Just what do you? Because I get in a few scraps, as you probably imagine. You know, with the hill giant and whatnot. Do you sell healing potions and whatnot?
And she kind of, as you say, you get to a few scratches. She kind of like moves almost into your whereabouts you'd be about. She almost kind of comes around the table, almost into your personal space, and kind of like moves,
Fuck
looks
me.
at you, says, "I can see you are prone to injury." And she kind of like look at you and goes,
Well,
"I think I might have something that will help you." And then she kind of like moves back around the table as she's looking through drawers and things like that, and starts putting a small little vials up on the side. There's, "I think I have a few around here somewhere."
well, yeah.
Is she clearly mimicking like someone's voice, or is it kind of like Ozra, where she's putting together different voices to make sentences?
It varies. It varies. There are moments where it continuously seems to be a person's voice, one singular person's voice, but there are certain moments where the tone changes to a different female voice. Some of it gets a bit husky in places, almost like a bit guttural, like an orcish or something, and very occasionally a male voice comes through as well. But primarily, it's one. Almost a highborn elven voice that she seems to be maintaining through a lot of it.
So as she's rustling around for vials of liquid and whatnot, I sort of so you been here long then? You grew up round here, or you come from outside the village?
I came through with a trading party and decided to stay.
How long you been here?
Several years.
No. You meet any other Kenku?
And then she kind of slowly looks to you, Ozro, and said, "You are the first."
Ooh.
I'll extend my hand out. Osro.
And then she kind of like cautiously looks at it for a moment, and then kind of comes across the table and just kind of like reaches and wraps the towel and goes, and she goes, "Knock, knock," and taps the table quickly, and then kind of almost regrets doing it, and then kind of lets go of the hand.
Love it.
She's
Oh.
here now.
Have you been to Golden Glass?
She just kind of like looks at you and just shakes her head, and her head's kind of like moving in that kind of almost bird-like.
Quite a few Kenku down there.
And she says, "I came from Wintelis."
Indeed.
And she's kind of curiously just looking around at you, basically. A bit of a weird space invaded, the equivalent of a kind of a, well, just somebody who slightly reclusive, but it's a little bit of a kind of a strange issue with personal space, I suppose. She's just kind of looking over you and inspecting you, and then she's kind of like, she says, "You have injured yourself recently."
Yes, I've been training every morning. Very strenuous.
And she kind of pauses for a moment and says, "Perhaps be better at not being punched." And then kind of looks.
That's the real trick. Tell me, what's the most interesting thing you have for sale here?
And she kind of looks around and I have tonics and healing potions, some poisons, but I do not sell many of them.
The moment she says poisons, I kind of step next to Osro, waiting in line to talk to her.
Okay. So you're looking for something. As she said, "What in particular are you searching for?"
She asking me?
Mm.
Just looking. You never know.
You definitely get a sense that there's going to be healing potions there, and possibly some fauna you could see hanging up and things that looks relatively localized. Some of which you've even seen yourself on your travels down south. But there is between healing potions and poisons, there doesn't seem to be anything too standoutish.
While Osro and Knock Knock are talking, I'll sort of lean across to Cyrus and go, "This is the weirdest type of flirting I've ever seen in my life."
I've never seen Kenkus flirt with each other, so I agree.
I'll whisper back to him. If they've never heard anyone flirt, they have nothing to mimic. So I guess this is how they flirt.
This is how they flirt. So give me
Good point.
Who instigated that conversation? Somebody needs to give me a stealth check.
Magnus did.
Oh, shit.
Because
if I said something right after him, oh no, okay.
Because I know Osro is pretty good at picking up things, but
What am I rolling? Stealth?
it's that stealth check for the conversation that you're taking place.
Oh, not bad. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than that.
How'd you do?
Is it not come through? Yeah, 13.
13.
I've got 0 stealth plus.
So she kind of turns and she looks at you, and her head kind of moves in that curious, but she doesn't say anything. She just kind of looks back at you again, and her head's moving around you. It might not be kind of a characteristic of all Kenku, but she definitely has some kind of twitch and some kind of very bird-like quality in the way she kind of inspects things up and down. So,
I mean,
Aarakocra and Olin flirting with each other. It's strange, but not this.
Okay.
I was just gonna start
Go on.
telling her about the. I'm not really trying to flirt with her, guys. I thought you needed
I'm
something here,
only
but,
messing.
Oh, I do. I'm just waiting for you guys to finish flirting.
I was gonna tell her about the bottle of liquor that we drank in Greyfields that gave, or not Greyfields,
Oh,
Glacier
in the
City.
drunken the drunken giant.
Oh,
So what do you tell her?
somewhere else. Yeah, I'm trying to tell her about the bottle. I have it in my notes somewhere, but bonus. Are you familiar with where is it at? The name of that drink.
Oh, so you would have recounted easily enough. It was Elven Battle Spirit.
Elven Battle Spirit.
And she kind of stops for a moment, look at that, and kind of look like that. Kind of looks, goes, I have not heard of it.
Oh, I was only curious. I drank some in Glacier City, and I've been having hallucinations about steel fields.
And she kind of contemplates a moment and says, do you have any of it on you?
I wish.
And then she kind of turns and looks around and plucks off the top certain types of a couple of different types of mushrooms, and she holds them out of Talantan and said, certain mushrooms can trigger hallucinogenic effects. It kind of holds them out for you to display them basically to you.
How much?
For these, 5 silver.
I'll pull out 5 silver.
Okay.
And slide the flour.
So a small handful of basically mushrooms that she kind of passes them over to you and just takes the coins. So you've got some seemingly hallucinogenic mushrooms.
We just fucking bought mushrooms.
He's buying drugs.
He's buying shrooms off her. Oh,
He also passed the
I
flower.
was going to say, you slide the flower across.
you slide a flower as well. She kind of
Yeah.
looks at the. She kind of looks at the flower, but you kind of get the impression that she's holding it out, not discreetly at all, and she's looking at it from more of a trying to
Making a potion with it.
trying to work out what it is.
Yeah.
And she's not being subtle about it. Whatever kind of subtle little bit of flirtation that is lost on her completely. She's like, it is a mountain flower used in.
That's for you.
And she kind of like looks at you for a moment and goes, and kind of places it on the side and said, thank you.
Man, I got some bread.
Okay.
I'm just going to start inspecting the mushrooms.
Okay. There's a couple of different types there. There's one that's like a small brown one and one that has a reddish hue to it.
Just a handful.
Should probably take them all at the same time, right?
Sorry?
Oh god.
She'll probably take them both at the same time. She doesn't give you any indication of what she's just kind of like, doesn't really give you any instruction on them. Just. Okay, what are you doing, guys?
While he's inspecting his mushrooms, I'm going up to her next.
Okay. Okay. I'm ready for you.
I'm gonna walk up and just say, I'm more in the market for your knowledge than anything.
And
You've
she's
been
kind
an
of
alchemist long.
and she's kind of looking at you, but like very closely into your face and into your eyes. She's kind of like doing this, and then she looks down, and then she takes your arm, and she's holding your arm up basically, and she's looking at your hand and the wounds on your hand.
Oh
Basically,
yeah,
from
my
where you-
hands have a bunch of scars from cutting myself from my magic.
and she's kind of like moving your fingers, and she's kind of looking and tracing the scars, and say, "Curious line of work you are in." And then she says, "What was your question?"
I'm gonna kind of pull my hand back, say, killing monsters, but I'm seeking knowledge. I am a beginner potion brewer alchemist myself, and I'm looking for recipes, advice, any kind of knowledge that could help us make potions for our travels.
She goes, knowledge I have. If you have coin.
I have a little bit. It depends what your knowledge goes, but really being able to make our own health potions and maybe some weaker poisons for enemies that we fight.
Okay, so making your own potions is that? That's not a healer's kit. That's for basic medicine, isn't it? That's not for actually. That's an alchemist's kit, isn't it, of some kind? I imagine.
I have alchemist supplies, and it says, where is the card for it?
Because I've got something up here as a possible
Herbalism.
So I have alchemist supplies, and it says alchemist supplies enable a character to produce useful concoctions, and then it just says it provides you 2 glass beakers, a metal frame to hold the beaker, a stirring rod, a mortar and pestle, and a pouch of common alchemical ingredients.
salt, powdered iron, and purified water.
Yep.
Is that what you've got? Yeah.
Yep. And then it just says you can make arcana or investigation checks. Then it also says if you have proficiency with this, a character can spend money to collect raw ingredients. The DM may allow a character to make checks. And then as part of a long rest, you may be able to make 1 dose of acid, alchemist fire, antitoxin, oils, perfumes, or soaps. And then it just talks about home brewing stuff, which that's...
You need a herbalism kit for health potions.
Herbalism kit.
Yeah.
So with alchemist supplies, I guess I can make like alchemist fire. Is that like wildfire? Is that going to be like a Molotov? Or
There is...
I can make acid. I can make oils.
A puff of smoke, poisons, substances, start fires, neutralize acids. Yeah, there's a certain amount of different things you can do. I've got DCs for here on this particular resource.
If you want to make poisons, you need a poisonous kit.
So herbalism kit for...
So
potions.
let me write that down so I know too, because I want to slow it. So it's going to be herbalism kit for health potions.
Yeah.
And then which one for poisons? It's literally a poisoner's kit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I guess with my alchemist supplies, I can make acid, alchemist fire, antitoxins, oils, perfumes, or soaps, is what the card says.
Yeah, I've got here. It gives you some it gives you proficiency with certain supplies, and on investigation, I think it's this alchemical crafting. There's certain DCs, but this is just one resource I'm using. This might not be official things, but there's something here. There's things like a puff of smoke, identify a poison, identify a substance, start a fire, or neutralize.
Yeah, that's the same one I have, because there's multiple DCs for like identifying stuff, but alchemical crafting doesn't really say much. It just says the DM can allow a character to make a check using a skill with advantage. As a part of a long rest, you can use your supplies to make 1 dose of whatever. So I don't know if it's like, do I have to attempt to roll every long rest to make those, or am I guaranteed to make 1 of those per long? It just says, as part of a long rest, you can use your supplies to make 1 dose of acid, fire, antitoxin, oil, perfume, or soap.
I would imagine 1 per long rest. You could try your hand at something like that, I would suggest. So herbalism kit then is the thing that you're looking for.
Herbalism or poisoners? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I won't have proficiency with that though.
Okay.
That should probably cost too much. All right, well then, I definitely probably can't afford the whole kit. I guess I'll ask her more about ingredients used to make poisons or acids, etc.
Are you focusing more on the poisons aspect then than the herbalism? Because you asked her, what did you ask if there was anything for healing? Because she does go like she's about to go and look for
health
something.
and poisons, but it looks like I can make more acids and toxins and stuff with mine. So I'll ask her more of like poisons, acids, whatever alchemist fire is, I guess. I'll ask her about that kind of stuff.
So she, when you start drilling down into what it is specifically looking for, she goes off and she very, very chaotically is looking through different things, cupboards and in the top of things, and kind of has this very disorganized approach to looking for things. And she pulls out a small pouch and she kind of flutters back towards the table and skittishly just places it onto the table. And she says, a poisoner's kit.
How much do these usually run as I'm inspecting it?
And she runs a talon along it and says, 65 gold.
Oh, God.
Fuck.
Oh, shit, I got 5. A little bit too rich for my coin purse at the moment. I'll pull out the 5 gold that I have, put it on the table. What can I get with 5 gold? Any recipes you could write down for me? Maybe you can fill my satchel here with ingredients and I can test on my own.
And she kind of like looks at your 5 gold and contemplates, says,
We did save the town from giants and manticores, so maybe you'll get a lot more tourists here, when the spreads that.
she when you say about the manticore stuff, she kind of almost gives you a vague look like she didn't realize or even know that there was a problem. She's kind of like looking and kind of like this really vague expression.
Oblivious to
the situation.
You didn't hear what happened outside?
And she kind of looks around and goes, I do not get out very much.
Oh. Yeah, we were hired. There was a giant and manticores attacking the town for like a couple months straight.
She kind of
I
looks
guess you
around.
got lucky.
She kind of looks around and said, I did think I heard something to that effect.
Heard it, yeah. It was definitely loud.
So with your 5 gold, she's basically saying that you can have a look through some of her ingredients, if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll give her the 5 gold and I'll ask her, you seem to be the professional here. I'll hand her my satchel that comes with my alchemist kit. Anything that can help me make anything with my alchemist kit. I'll pull out the whole alchemist kit and kind of just show her what I'm working with. Anything that you can suggest to help me learn here.
Okay, so you've got an alchemist kit. You've got some basic supplies. Give me a second. I might have something for you. So she basically she goes. Let's have a perusal. She comes back with a couple of vials. Now, specifically, you were asking her about poisons, so she kind of flits back to some storage, and then she comes back out with some small vials. And she kind of looks and she places them both down quite delicately. And she said, if you wish to identify a certain poison or to neutralize its effects, you might be able to use these to that effect.
Looking at it, what do I see?
2 small vials of clear liquid.
What's in the vials? You got a name for them?
Says, I have just always called them identifying agent.
How does it work? I just dump it on something in my chemical kit here, and
So basically she describes the process of using your alchemist kit with a unknown poison or some kind of ingredient to identify properties of it, basically, or to identify parts of it. You can use one of these agents, one of these little vials, to identify an ingredient or to potentially nullify the effect of an ingredient.
do I have to use the whole vial on one thing, or is it multiple little drops I can use per vial?
One vial, one use.
I'll take them. Hand her the 5 gold.
So she says, "Thank you," and takes the money and pushes the vials forward.
Guys, we need to get to Dumont. I need my share of gold.
Needs his money. I would have
got 10
offered you
silver
gold
to
if
my
I,
name.
if I had some.
Probably a few minutes off a break, but I'll let you guys wrap up any. If you guys obviously want to do any shopping here, then we'll have a break as soon as we're finished up here. Yeah.
Here. Seeing if she's going to knock the table again. Yeah, knock knock.
And she kind of goes to do it, and then insists
I go,
kind of looks
oh,
and...
oh, nearly. Quick question. Sorry, before we dash. I'm after 1 or 2, as you mentioned, potions of healing, if you've got some. But also, have you got anything? And I'm thinking along the lines of when I need to feel a bit more lucky and ale just doesn't cut it. Have you got anything that might help with that?
Okay, so she kind of feathers ruffle with excitement when you mention about the healing potions, and she goes to, like, she's about to beeline straight for them, and then you mention about the potions of luck, is it, or something?
Well, I don't know. I guess it would just anything that is going to give you any advantage on something, I suppose.
Let's see if the DM can come across something.
Come back to me another time, knock knock, if you.
Yeah, so she says she can find you some potions of healing. She says, I will need to look through my stores for anything else.
Yeah, I'll just take the healing for now. But yeah, have a little think about it for the other lucky ones. But I'll take. How many have you got there? Let's have a look. I'll sort of scurry round to see what she's.
So she comes out with a small box that she pulls out from underside that's got these small red vials in it, and there seems to be quite a few in there. And she kind of places them down to the one side and said, "How many did you need?"
Bloody hell! These all potions of healing?
And she kind of just like nods.
Fucking hell! How much for one of these?
55 gold each. Starts to run. And the bottles are all stacked on top of each other. She's just running a talon through them, basically.
55 gold each?
And she 55, as you say, 55 gold. She goes, each.
Fucking hell. Well, hang on to them for a minute. Maybe I'll make a bit of coin somewhere else. Unless you take... Oh, no. That'll be all my gold gone. Unless you take 30 gold for one.
Give me a persuasion check.
Ah, crap. Not my forte. Persuasion.
There you go.
Hey.
She kind of she contemplates for a minute, and then she looks back at you. 50 gold each.
Come on. I literally open my fur jacket and go, I have got 30 gold. I'll tell you what, I'll chuck in half a wheel of mammoth cheese. Maybe a bit Fausty now.
30 gold and half a wheel of frosty mammoth cheese.
But, sorry love, that is all I have on me. Unless I can tempt you with... Oh! No. Because did we drink all that ale in in that house, Cyrus?
Did we drink all the ale?
No, the bottle that we were chugging out of before the fight.
No, I only took one little swig of it.
I'll put half a wheel of mammoth cheese, feisty mammoth cheese, a half-drunk bottle of ale, and 30 gold. Right,
Oh, God.
final offer, my love. Take it or leave it.
She kind of looks over it all closely. She's expecting it. Her beak kind of flits between the three.
I'm gonna nudge Ozro forward.
Kind of looks up, and she's kind of just looking at you. You can't tell if it's pity or what, but she doesn't seem to be going for the offer.
Knock knock. No, never mind.
Are you? Did you need a hand, Magnus?
No, it's fine. I'll keep me gold.
I mean, I've got. I could spare some gold if you like.
No, it's fine. Keep it.
Okay, well, I'm about to spend it.
Go on, you spend it on you. You treat yourself, Torek. You deserve it. Buy a flipping splint for that wing of yours.
That's actually what I partially had in mind.
Oh, go on then. I'll step aside.
Knock knock. Do you have anything for any joint pains?
She immediately kind of like moves, almost brushing past you guys, to get to.
Some of that too.
Say again.
She pulls out weed. I want some of that too.
She's looking at you, and she's kind of running her talons, and she's almost wanting to move your arm to try and like extend the wing out a little bit.
I'll try and extend it out as much as I can, and I'll just like be wincing.
And she's kind of looking it over with curiosity, basically, these fleeting, quick actions up and around it. And then she kind of like looks you really close to the face, and then she's kind of looking over it again. She says, "I might have a tonic that would assist with this. I will have a look." And then she kind of flits back across the shop, past everything, and again is rummaging through boxes and things, leaving you all for a moment. So you were looking specifically for something that would assist with helping to the recovery.
Yes, something to help recover the pain. Just slowly help it recover.
Okay. So she basically comes back with a small, it looks like a balm, in a small, almost like wooden container, and she places it on the ground. She places it on the table next to you and says, "If you apply this twice a day, you should get full range of movement within a week."
A week? The K just comes out slowly, just like only a week. Just
within, and she kind of just the beak just nods.
Is there anything stronger?
And then she kind of like looks towards the box of healing potions again and says, and she kind of just like and just ruffles her feathers.
55 gold.
55 gold pieces.
Love it.
I'm just gonna look over to Ozro. I'm gonna look at Knock Knock and be like, "How can you lot?" I'm gonna like kind of whisper to myself, like, "How can you lot stay grounded?" I'll be like, "Okay, right, a week. And how much would that be?"
And then she kind of looks at the bottle and just kind of like almost like thinks for a moment, moves her head. Is 1 gold piece.
Well, Magnus, you sure you don't want that money?
I'd be like, what? Just look at her like, what? No, I ain't got wings. My joints are fine. Ale, mead, and cheese sort of sorts my joints out.
Ale, mead, and cheese. So yeah, it looks like a small fashioned wooden container that seems to have like a thick balm, basically, that seems to have been like just pressed into it enough to fill the small wooden container. It's got kind of like a little wooden lid that comes off. It's kind of a
Can I get like a wee smell?
It doesn't smell particularly pleasant. It doesn't smell great. It doesn't smell pleasant. It's kind of it's almost the color of, it's like it's a whitish grayish color basically, but it's just like a Vicks. You'd rub Vicks on your chest if it's kind of like that, but grayer than that basically, and just a bit of a pungent odor.
Ugh.
You say it does have a pungent odor?
It does have a bit of a pungent odor, yeah.
Better not wear that when we go hunting.
Oh, great. This day's getting better and better. Well, road to recovery and all that. I'll take out 1 gold.
1
So,
gold.
drop it into her palm.
Okay, deduct 1 gold from your inventory, and then basically you don't necessarily have to add it to your inventory, but for the next 7 days, apply, and then you'll start to get that what's been inhibited with your movement after your injury will start to become less so over time. Okay.
What? So I'm. Would you say I'm unable to fly currently?
You haven't tried yet. You haven't tried, but you're definitely feeling a lot of damage. You were healed by Luminara, but I don't think you were healed up to full, were you? Or
no, I rested.
Yeah.
It's been like
days,
I
though,
just
so have we
I
got
mean, it's
long
been like
rest?
3 days since
Out of
then, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Out of the 3 days,
Yeah.
out of the 3 days, I did tell you that I spent one of them just recovering.
You basically have been almost bedridden for a day, basically. So you had some healing. You haven't attempted to take to the sky yet, and haven't felt confident enough to do so. So some healing magic and potions can prevent death and things like that, but sometimes injuries can, in certain circumstances, take a little bit more of time, basically, and in your instance with your wings as well.
Better not be permanent.
So
You're normal like the rest of us.
No.
keep you grounded. Okay.
Not okay.
Does anybody require anything else from Knock Knock? As he
Can't
knocks.
afford it.
I mean,
No,
I'm all for it to help out, Magnus.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Stubborn dwarf.
Knock. Where do you get all of your ingredients and supplies for alchemist stuff? Because you guys are a couple days off the main road. I would assume you don't get many caravans coming through here.
She kind of looks at you curiously. She says, I scavenge most of what I sell, but some things I trade with passing merchants.
Anywhere in specific that might be plentiful for a aspiring alchemist as myself?
And she kind of like gestures all around the room and then just says, look in any forest or roadside or glade or stream, and she just kind of keeps going off because all these natural places, potentially under a bridge, and she's going through just keeps recounting all these different places without really giving any specifics. She's just saying them by side a rock, under a tree, in a tree. She's going through this huge list. You almost have to stop her from carrying on.
I thank you so much for the help. I appreciate you taking all my money. I was like to walk out the door.
And she's just kind of like looking to the rest of you almost expectantly if anybody needs anything. It's just kind of flitting between each of you.
Well, thank you for your hospitality. Knock, knock.
A deep bow.
Thank you for your time.
And she kind of the feathers almost like ruffle up, and she kind of like lowers it, kind of like almost like what's that? Nighttime, daytime, almost like that. Like goes down and then just kind of like flits and then just kind of like nods and starts almost as if you weren't even there as you're exiting. It starts looking through boxes and things again.
It's like a wee bird curtsy.
Yeah. Okay. So moving you all outside.
Are you moving me?
And moving you all.
As we walk out, I go, Osra, what the fuck was that? That was terrible. You've got some learning to do.
Teach me. Young.
Okay. I'm placing you all outside then. There you go.
Better shot with Agnara.
I mean, oh yeah, she's anyway.
Okay. Outside. Shall we take 10 or so minutes to have a little break?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, that's
Suit
good.
everybody?
Yeah,
All right.
suits.
Yeah, no worries. Take 10 or so minutes. Go and refresh your drinks and stuff. Have a plan about what you guys want to do, and then we will press forward with the session. All right.
Sound?
Good.
See you back here in 10 or so minutes, guys. Picking back up then. Right, so as you guys are leaving the herbalist and heading back towards the center of the village, the other thing that you wanted to do was to go via the blacksmiths. So that is actually just down the way from where you are now. Torek is familiar with it because he's been doing some work for them for Egeron, who is the blacksmith for the village. So I will move you down through the town. Where did I put my blacksmith? There he is.
What did you say? Is it he or she? Egeron? You said?
It's Egeron, yes. Torek, you'll know him to be a wood elf, a male with auburn long hair and quite pale skin. Okay. And yeah, you approached him early on after the incident, after the battle, to seek work, and he was all too happy to have someone assisting him with some of the work that was being done for the refitting of the village, basically. So let's just move you all over. So as you approach through the fresh snow, and there's a few people mulling around today as the morning is kind of pressing on, and you see a few people that give you nods as they're passing by, going about their daily business. You come across the front of this building, and you can hear the telltale clinging of metal, or the clanging of steel. Somebody working inside. Okay. So just heading straight in?
Yep. Straight up to the door.
Okay.
So give a little tap and open it at the same time.
So opening the door and stepping inside together, and through a small kind of entranceway into the center, you find him with his back to you, just basically hammering on some steel at the forge. And he turns to you as you walk in and say, Torek, I did not expect you today. Have you decided to do some work, or is this just is this more for purchasing?
Yes. Sadly, business today, Ageron.
Well, let me finish up here and I'll see if I can help you. And he carries on, he just hammers, he says, well, is there anything in particular you're looking for today, lads?
Yeah, Egeron, is it? Sorry, Egeron?
We have not had the pleasure of meeting yet. Bear with me just a moment and I will be with you. Then he starts hammering, and then he kind of like pushes the steel into the fire, takes off these big thick gloves, and as he turns around, you see middle-aged by elven standards, still quite fair looking, but with the long auburn hair, and he kind of takes a glove off and he puts out this kind of almost like, it's like soot-covered hand basically, and he just goes, Egeron.
I'll hold out my hand and with a similarly rough, callousy dwarven hand, give a nice firm handshake.
You look like a man who's done some work yourself.
Yeah, I don't mind chipping in with a bit here and there. Wielding this axe takes its toll, obviously. But yeah, I'm used to it, man.
Show me your steel. What is it you're wielding?
So I'll take out a big great axe. It's almost off my back, almost as tall as me.
Yeah.
And it's got double bladed each side, ornate dwarven, and it's got sort of icy ornate features on it, and embossing and carvings around it. Leather handle, the little
Okay.
what do you call the bits at the end? Like the hilt thing, the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He kind of holds it. It's got some weight to it, but the craftsmanship is fine. So you look after it as well. That much is clear. And he kind of moves it from one to the other and catches it. It says balanced, and he's kind of like testing the sharp. It is a good solid weapon. May serve you well. And he kind of hands it back to you with it. You can kind of you see he kind of doesn't necessarily struggle with the weight, but you can definitely tell it's got some weight to it.
So I'll grab it with one hand and easily throw it on my back like it's.
If you think it looks good now, you should see it when he cleaves through something.
like the giant, eh?
Yeah, it took a few chunks, but yeah, I mean, more of a team effort, I would say. It's not just me, but yeah, all played our part.
That you did, and grateful to you we are. Well, let's get down to business then. What is it that you're looking for from Megaron then?
Well, I don't know if you've got anything. Well, let's start at the hardest point, and I'm not holding out much hope, but I got these silver ingots, and I don't know if you can lace the axe. I call her, and I sort of start stroking the axe. Call her Glacier's Bite, but I don't know if you can lace her with the silver. It's a bit of an upgrade, really. Just curious of how long it takes, or
time-wise, it will take me a while to do it. 3, maybe 4 days, perhaps.
Tempted.
But possible, certainly possible. I would relish the challenge, the project, certainly.
Is there a risk to it? I mean, can you make it worse?
It's not something I do often. There's always a small risk in any craft, but I am confident I can do it without damaging the weapon. It might, if anything, it'll just potentially use up the resource. But again, I am confident that I should be able to do it for you.
And if I was to, how much would it be? Because it sounds quite an expensive process, and I gotta admit, I ain't got that much. I got, like called Knock Knock found out, I got half a wheel of cheese and a couple of gold.
Oh, you'll always struggle to haggle anything out of Knock Knock.
I know. Yeah. funny little Kenku thing, isn't she?
She's earned her place amongst us. That much is true. Price is hard to say. I will do some thinking, and I will look to quote you on it. It will be upwards of 50 to 60 gold, certainly.
I'll sort of spin round it, Torek, and with a hopeful look of and sort of nod, a little gesturing nod. All right, let me know. Let me know. That'd be much obliged.
I will. Yes, I will have a look and see if I can get a quote for you before the end of the day. No problem.
The other thing, obviously, if I do, we're probably heading out with Greta tomorrow morning. Have you got like a courtesy axe that I could use in the meantime?
And he turns around and says, I can find you a loner, no problem. And he turns and he kind of like leans and kind of like unhooks one. And it's crude, it's simple in comparison to Glacier's Bite, but it's got the same double edge. Not quite as kind of like broad in terms of the it's more of a kind of like and then kind of outwards.
Yeah.
But he spins it round with a bit more finesse, and he says, it will feel a little alien in your hands, but compared to yours, but lighter certainly. And he kind of moves it with much more kind of. He says, perhaps try that one, and he turns it around and holds the handle out to you.
Well, I've certainly fought with a lot worse. But yeah, that'd be great. But yeah, let me know a price, and yeah, if we can, then that'd much obliged.
No problem.
Lovely job. I think my friend Osro, and I'll sort of point behind me. I think he was after something as well, but
Good day there, sir.
So bear with me. Silvering an axe for Magnus. Cost? Question mark. Okay. Says another Kenku, and he holds out his hand to shake. He says, "I heard you'd come into town."
For a handshake. And I
What could-
am looking for a length of chain. Strong
Length of chain. I could fashion you one. I haven't got one lying around.
How much would you want?
For a length of chain, how long do you want it?
10, 20 feet.
And he kind of like spits into the forge as he's kind of thinking. 5 gold pieces for a length of chain?
How long? How long a time?
Oh, if I'm working on this project for did you give him your name? You did, didn't you?
yeah. Well, I shook his hand and
Yeah.
Magnus.
I'll be working on it the same time as the project for Magnus. Same amount of days, maybe slightly more. 5 days.
Okay. We may be gone by then, but thank you.
Okay, let me know if you want me to start.
Appreciate it. You have horseshoes?
Horseshoes? Oh, many horseshoes. So I've all manner of horseshoes for all manner of horses.
Got any special horseshoes?
Special how?
Just extraordinary.
I am afraid I only deal in the ordinary horseshoes.
How much for an extra set?
A gold piece.
For a riding horse?
For a riding horse.
Got yourself a deal there, sir.
But nods, and he says, bear with me, I'll go and find you some.
You got
And he
nails
goes,
in case I need extra nails?
any extra nails? He says, I can throw you some nails in as well, no problem.
All right. Thank you.
And he comes round the corner and then back out round with a set of 4 horseshoes and a small grouping of nails, basically, as well. He places them one on top of the other. He says, 1 gold piece.
That'll do. I hand over a piece of gold.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
He says, Tarek, if I do these projects, do you want to help me with them? It'll be good for your craft.
True, but I only really do leather working.
Well,
I'll be able to like maybe give you a hand carrying stuff about, but ironwork.
it might well be that some of my other work will need doing while I'm working on these, so the work is there if you want it.
Well, we'll be going with actually, still discussing that, aren't we? For the hunt. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe in the days after after we decide what we're doing.
All
But
right.
actually, speaking of nails, do you have the ones that I asked for?
Yes, I have your nails here, yes, as well.
Lovely.
And he kind of goes, and how many nails were you after?
Just a nice little box.
Just a box of nails, then, basically.
Just a small box. I'd probably say probably it's 30, 50.
And he kind of comes with the box. He says, do you want me to deduct this against your pay?
Yeah, go ahead.
He says, he just passes them over to you then, a box of nails. He says, I'll take it out of the money I was paying you at the end of the week.
No worries. We just happen to have any weaver's tools around here as well.
Don't recall seeing any, no. Weaver's tools?
For like sewing and such.
No. None in here.
No worries.
You here on your own, Egron? You work on your own?
On the days that Torek is not helping me, yes, it's just me in here.
Before
There's
we
nobody.
arrived, it was just you, was it?
Just me. Only one they need.
Bloody hell. Must be in high demand, isn't it, around here?
It is right now. Plenty of hinges and various metal pieces required for rebuilding the village. Apart from that, the work is steady.
You know, anything of the cave where the hill giant came from?
I know it's to the south, and I know it was once occupied by bears, but it is not so anymore. I know it is a few days from here, and I would not venture there myself. What exactly is it that you want to know?
Well, we were just going to maybe have a little scout round and see what's about, and if we should expect anything untoward. Maybe bears then, by the sounds of it. But
Well, if what I hear is to be seen true, then there is very little in those caves anymore. It was all eaten. So, who knows what you will find there now? Caves are seldom unoccupied, especially this time of year.
so it might just be no one home then. That might be all right.
If you are lucky.
All right. Well, let me know on the price, Egron, and yeah, I'll be on
I will
my
have
way.
some. If not by tonight, then tomorrow morning come back and see me, and I'll have a price for you.
Perfect. I'll sort of
Okay.
usher back, and if anybody else wants to.
No worries. Does anybody else need to purchase anything from the blacksmith?
No, I'm good, bro.
You're all good? Okay, well, he says, well, look after yourselves today, and I will see Torek. I will see you towards the end of the week unless you need any more work. And with that, he heads back towards the forge and picks up his gloves and places them back on and begins. Right. So, in which direction, folks, are we heading?
Ooh.
Are we heading back to the tavern, waiting out for the morning? Are we doing anything else around about town? The next hunting party goes out at first light, before first light. That's what Greta said.
Well, gentlemen, I haven't got anything else planned, so I might slip back to the tavern and get my feet up, have another couple of ales, and have a little scribble in the old notebook. Unless you've got anything you want to do.
No, I'll join you. I need to check on Dolph anyway.
Oh, fuck me, I forgot about Dolph. I wonder if he's all right.
See how bad his concussion is. So you guys have been out running a few errands, maybe for about an hour or so, probably. Yeah. Okay, so the group is generally heading back towards the tavern then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Same for you, Cyrus. You're good heading back with the main party?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to
All
purchase.
Right. So as the morning presses on, well, as you've kind of run your errands, you come back through, you walk in, and you find Dolph is looking a bit more alert and awake, and he's kind of looking, he turns around and he kind of gives you a bit of that smile, that broken, toothy smile. And his face is, there's a little bit of swell in there and a little bit of bruising, but he doesn't seem to be fazed in the slightest by it. Okay. So you're walking up towards the bar. Then he kind of turns around and says, "Oh, you get done what you needed doing then?"
Yeah, I think we have. Dolph, we met some interesting characters. And, yeah, it was all right. Do you need anything, or are you good? Still looking a bit worse for wear, but looking a bit better than last time I see you.
And he's wobbling a tooth. He's kind of saying, "Osro, I think you knocked one of my fucking teeth loose." He's like, "I don't have that many. I should really try and protect them a bit better."
Well, can I ask everyone to roll a d20?
Evening.
Evening, Tiberius. Bear with me just a moment, mate. We'll be right with you.
Yeah, just carry on. I'll catch up at the end.
He says, I said, I'm all right. I think that whatever Bryce puts in that stew has sorted me right out, but I might rest up for the rest of the day. That is, unless you need me for anything.
Yeah, the good news is we got tomorrow morning off. We're going hunting.
Hunting? What are we hunting?
Bears. Deer.
What, Bears, like the last bears that they told us they got us hunting. Not those bears, like type of bears.
No, I don't think these might be actual bears. I don't know.
Actual bears.
I think what they
Oh.
got is they got a bit of a winter provisions issue. I think we're just going to help stock them up, so it'll be the standard, venison, deer, all that lot. I hope. Never know. Might come across another hill giant.
All right. Well, I've got a couple of errands to run in town myself. I've obviously got to check on Ambrosia, Betty, and Penny. I want to check in with that fella who lost his daughter. So yeah, all right. I'll run those errands, and then I'll take the rest of the day off if you don't mind. And are we getting up before the cockerels tomorrow?
Yeah. Well,
Right.
we're hunting first. Well, just before first light, I think.
All right then. I'll get about my business then, and I'll see you lads out the front just before the dawn then tomorrow. And he kind of gets up to walk as he's walking past you, Osro. He kind of does the feign as if he's going to go. He says, "Next time, I swear, next time." And then off he goes out the door. All right.
Good.
Okay. Right. So, what are you got folks doing then? So, Tiberius, good little interjection for you. Then you woke this morning. You've been at Aetherwind now for this will be the fourth day, the fourth morning since the fight with the hill giants and the manticores. You've rested, you've recovered, you spent a bit of time scouting around just locally within maybe a few hours of the village to the east and west. You've done a bit of a full circle over those days just to kind of get a bit of a feel for what's immediately just outside the village.
Okay.
You've tried to track a bit of game as well. You've done it. You've seen other hunters that are out there. You've bumped into Greta a few times with another hunter called Drell that you've met, and they've been either going out hunting early or they've been coming back. So you've exchanged a bit of pleasantries with them. This particular morning, you sat and played a game of cards with two individuals. One of them was a local, and the other one was a traveller. And in the process of you just playing cards, to which roll me a d20 and then roll me a d6.
Okay, hold on, you have to give me a sec to load the app up.
No problem.
I have one very important question though.
Go on.
What did my table come in use?
You have no use for your table as of yet.
So you used it to play cards?
Well, no, you sat at the table. You sat at one of the tables in the tavern and played cards.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you want me to roll a d20?
A d20 first.
Yeah.
Tell me what you get.
16.
Okay, now roll me a d6.
5.
You have won 5 gold pieces.
Oh, hey.
So you can add 5 gold pieces to your inventory for playing cards, okay? So during the time that you were talking to them, these two were obviously, you got to listen to some of the conversation, all of the conversation, and a few phrases that were thrown about took your interest or sparked your interest. The traveller who had come into the village that morning was heading north towards ice fjords. Had been talking about the road up from the south, and there was some mention of carts and things that were abandoned on the side of the road. And typical for this time of year is a lot of this kind of backwards and forwards of, it's to be expected, especially this time of year. And there was an interesting phrase that the commoner said to the traveller as he left to head up to his room after he'd said that he was going to leave and go carry on north the following morning. He said, "Careful out there on the roads. Hrormag is blowing fiercely." Okay? Hrormag. Hromag. Okay?
I feel like I've heard that somewhere, but I'm not entirely sure where.
You have heard that mentioned in the time that you've been sitting there, and you've been doing a lot of sitting around in this tavern playing cards over the last few days. You've heard Bryce mention it as well. Bryce said another phrase. He said, "The passage south, so I'm told, is littered with carts, frozen solid. It's Hrormag's work, all right." And then somebody said in response, "May his eyes never fall upon us." Okay.
I don't know why, but when it was that old lady's poem that she recited, is that it?
No, it
Okay.
wasn't. So that's just something that has been mentioned that you've heard picked up on 2 occasions in the local tavern in Hearsay.
Can I do a history check to see if I can recall it?
Yes, give me a history check. Quite a high DC. Just
Okay.
FYI.
$15.
No, you find yourself turning the phrase over in your head, trying to focus in on that, and nothing historic comes to mind.
What Tariq? No.
Hmm?
What Tariq? No.
Well, you'll get an opportunity to ask him in a moment. So, okay, so you see the group has collectively come back in. They've been out running some errands in town. So you can move over to join them if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so guys, you see as Dolph is heading out, you see Tiberius comes over and joins you.
What's up, guys?
Hey up, sneaky little snake, you.
You took the time finishing your card games.
Well, I've just won a bit of gold, so gotta get the wealth up.
Won it or stole it?
Or
This is
lost
me
it.
talking about gambled for it.
Yeah, did you have another one of those cards up your sleeve, or you actually won it fair and square?
No, I mean it. I play fair and square.
Well, like our last game.
up the tree, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was up the tree. Still surprised Stephen managed to climb up that far.
Well, fuck you too.
What? You could hear you from a mile off climbing up that thing.
Yeah, but we didn't hear the guy stealing all the gold, did we?
Yeah, I was too preoccupied trying to catch you from putting an extra card in your hand.
Oh, it's a shame you're no good at seeing things then, isn't it?
So you trying to cheat?
Oh. Is it really cheating if you win?
Yes. Still cheating.
A
couple of us are off hunting in the morning, Tiberius, if you want to join us, up to you. Probably
yeah, well, yeah. Put my mighty arrow, bow and arrow to use.
I was going to say, it done all right. Don't want to blow smoke up your ass again, but done all right against the giant and the manticores.
I know, my back's still hurting from carrying you lot.
Credit where credit's due.
It's a team effort at the end of the day, isn't it?
Fucking hell.
If it wasn't for the Tariq's perfect distractions, I don't think I'd have hit half them shots.
I will take the backhanded compliment, sure.
Don't get many of them for that little flipping gecko, do you?
That little gecko.
I remember my young days, eh? Then I look to Tariq and I'll ask him about what that guy said about the saying.
Okay, so you're going to repeat what was said then, basically.
Yeah, I'm going to look at this. I've heard a few things. Things like there's something in my head that's going, but I can't remember where it's from. Do you know any idea? And then I'll repeat what was said.
So he said, "Careful out there on the roads. Hrormag is blowing fiercely."
Hrormag.
Magnus, you'll be in earshot of this. Both give an insight check.
Insight.
Bearing in mind, one of the people, Tiberius, Oh, okay.
Nat 20.
17 for me.
You both and Magnus, you're calling on some local insight here as well, but the nat 20 is certainly going to help.
That's 2 rolls, both nat 20s.
At least on 2 or 3 different occasions from the time that you've traveled from Glacier City through down to ice fjords and then down here, you have heard that name mentioned in passing by travelers, merchants, etc. You thought you heard it in the crowd as you were moving through the center of ice fjords as you were heading out. It's said almost in not hushed tones, but it's kind of said with a certain amount of care and not really so brazenly said. Okay.
Would I have heard what it was, the
In the
meaning
context,
behind it, possibly?
Whenever you've heard it and said it's when a lot of times when people have been talking about how cold it is and things like that, but it's Horomag's breath and it's Horomag's vengeance and things like that. It's always kind of referred to when people are talking about the weather.
Would I know if it was sort of goddess related?
It's certainly and this is purely local knowledge for you, Magnus, as your time there. It certainly carries a certain amount of implication. Yeah, it kind of it certainly leans towards that. It's definitely more of a reference to the weather, but it certainly has it's carrying with a certain amount of has almost more to it than that.
Or gravitas.
It has a bit more gravitas than that, yeah, and it's almost like said in a don't say it too loudly.
Kind of like he shall not be named and all that. Yeah.
Very much in a Voldemort style. He should not be named. Yes, that's how it's said.
Right.
Thorag, did you say?
Horomag.
Horomag.
Horomag. Horomag.
We've said it more than 3 times now.
Oh yeah.
We're gone.
It's been said a couple of times, and Tiberius, just to remind you, one of the people that you've heard say it is actually standing behind you at the bar.
Oh, can I look to him and like turn to him and ask him what he means?
You going through to, so he's kind of waiting expectantly and he's kind of turning over some tankards, and he says, "Can I get you boys drinks?"
Big thumbs up from Magnus.
Is it free?
Yep.
Bryce, of course.
For all the time that you're here with us, the drinks will not cost you a copper. And he's pouring one out for each of you.
It'll cost us the gold instead.
Hey.
And he just smiles. He says, "Not in my tavern." And he puts each of them onto the bar for you. Okay?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
I'm gonna nod to him as he passes us the.
Okay. So he's kind of like, he's just pouring them out. He says, "Did you get done what you needed to do today?"
Yeah, just running some errands, Bryce. Yeah, just running around town. Quick question. Tiberius, was it? Oh, I can't even say it when I'm sober, let alone when I've had a few. Horomag?
Horsefug?
He's kind of,
Bryce, help us out here, mate. Bryce, come on.
Horomag.
That's it. That's the one. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to rack my brains.
It's the blizzard.
Yeah. We call it the famous blizzard.
Horomag's vengeance, Horomag's wrath. It's the blizzard.
The blizzard is following us south, surely.
Oh, it's everywhere. It's not just following you. It's all over. It's a local legend, I suppose, but it's reference to the blizzard.
What's the name come from? Who is that? Horogmarg or Horofrog?
Let me guess. It was some sort of mighty dragon of ages past. And I'll just exaggerate it with my hands.
You'll always find merchants and travelers and people of more of a superstitious ilk will always say, will reference the bad weather this time of year as Horomag's vengeance. They'll always talk about it in hushed tones, and they'll say to never fall within his eye, or to always be on the lookout for his wrath. It's a superstition for travelers in these parts. So when you've heard it referenced here, it's likely somebody who's heading north or south and has seen, well, the debris left behind by the blizzard.
Oh yes, on the roads that we saw coming here, there's a few carts smashed up and frozen over.
Romag's vengeance. Reality is, and I'm not a superstitious sort, but I don't travel very far. There's enough things out there on the road, bandits and creatures of sort, that sometimes people just get unlucky.
Yeah, true.
But it's one squinty eye.
Has he always got this squinty eye? Have we noticed?
He's got the one eye like that. It's kind of like a just short squinty eye.
Sound.
But, so nothing to fret, boys. It's just the blizzard.
Yeah, I think we're heading south eventually anyway. But these when Greta and that go out hunting, do they meet up here? We
out the front. Yeah,
straight out
Drell
the front, is it?
Greta and a few of the others. They'll meet out the front between Brynwald's and here, and then they'll head out whichever direction they're heading for the day.
Who was the other one? Did you say Drell?
Drell, human hunter, does a lot of work with Knock Knock. Just some.
Is that them there? And I'll kind of point to the people down the bar.
Down the bar. No, down the bar. You have a halfling, and you have you have two. No, you have a halfling, and you have a human. A human and a halfling that sit there. They're just basically eat supping and just kind of talking between themselves.
And is Drell all right? Anything we should know about Drell? Is a shifty character or pretty trustworthy or what?
No, he's a young, competent, and Tiberius has met him as well.
Okay.
In the days, but he's a young, competent hunter. He works closely with Greta to supply the village, and he's a good lad.
Young lad,
how young is young? He's his 30s, I'd put him. I'd say.
I'd change it then. Is he experienced or is he fairly new to his? I don't want to be looking after a novice hunter out on the sticks.
No, he's been doing it a few years now, and his knowledge is of the local area is pretty good, I'd say. Yeah, he's stayed clear of any of the wandering beasts and so forth. So yeah, I'd say he's
all right then, is he?
Yeah, he's all right. He's not too bad.
Are those the hunters, are they?
Yeah. So the Drell is one of the ones that that you have kind of bumped into with Greta. That's been going back and forth with Greta hunting a local game. So you've had he's a human, and you've kind of nodded to him in passing as you've kind of like been checking locally around the village.
So if we're going out hunting in the morning, shall we challenge them to a hunting challenge?
I think we've got to be focused, mate.
Yeah,
It'll
be a bit of fun.
They're not exactly greatly prepared for the winter here.
Yeah, but still, put a few gold on it. See who brings back the most bounty.
Can if you want. If you got the gold.
Yeah,
if you got the gold to lose, that is. I put my money on Greta, to be honest.
I'll bet on 5 gold.
What, with Greta?
Yeah, them hunters won't be as good as ours.
What, you want to bet with Greta that you're going to bring back more provisions than she is?
Yeah.
Pelts. No, go for it. Be my guest. Should be here in the morning. You can have a chat.
Yeah. Do that then.
that the 5
No,
gold you stole from that poor flipping
I
card
did
player
not steal
earlier?
it. Did not steal it. I
All
won
right.
it fair and square.
Yeah, Bryce. I'll sort of call Bryce over.
It's
What about
kind of
these,
washing over tanking.
about these two down the way? This halfling and human.
Oh, Ryman Eris, local lads, just farmers, just local. Live there. They've got their ovals just to the north of here.
They got their
Now, what do they farm?
What do they farm? Well, they'll do winter vegetables, and if it's out of season like now, then they just help out with whatever needs to be done around the village. They're in here probably because they've not really got anything to do right now, but they should probably, and he says, they should probably find something to do because there's enough work going around. And Eris kind of like looks and turns the other way a little bit.
lazy buggers.
So, but yeah, I don't begrudge them a little bit of time in here.
Do they look
Stable.
younger? They look like.
One looks a bit younger than the other. One is more of a middle age. The other one looks a little bit younger. The Eris looks a bit younger.
Is Eris the halfling or?
Eris is the human.
Yeah.
And then Rhyme is the halfling. So the halfling looks a bit older, basically.
I'm looking for my next Kroger, man. I'm looking for someone to tell stories with. They're just farmers.
These are just local lads.
Do we see anyone else as we spin round? Do we see anyone else in the bar?
As you spin round and have a little bit of look around, you've kind of arrived back in here at a quiet. There's just somebody else that's just propping up a table there, but the place itself is relatively quiet at the moment. It looks like you've noticed that, and this has been the trend for the last few days, that after people have eaten breakfast and then works has been kind of issued out across the village. So there's various things. You can hear the kind of, as you were going back in, you hear the clattering of wood as people are like trying to rebuild up those structures, and some people are like leading animals out, or there's all kinds of hive of activity going on throughout the village while the weather is good, before people have to kind of like batten down the hatches again when the next blizzard blows in.
Cool.
Okay. So you're heading out with Greta to go hunting in the morning then?
Yeah. Does she go out often? Is it
every day at the minute? Brynwald's sending her out. She comes in here, she grabs a bit of food. I plate something up for her the night before for her to grab and eat, and then her lot go out there before the dawn. They'll have you up early if you're going with them.
Oh, it's all right. I'll get a fairly early night, but yeah, you might have to come and give me a nudge. Sorry. You might have to give me a nudge in the morning.
Early bird gets the worm and all that. I'll wake you up.
You meant. Yeah, where they normally head east, I guess. What do they normally come back with? Is it deer?
A stag, foxes, and hares.
You've got all sorts.
They've got snares, and if they can't catch it in a snare, then they'll bring it down with a bow. There's some fish to the north, but not enough to feed us long term.
Well, it might be something for the road. If I know one of these, couple of these guys used to fish on the road, didn't they? Who was fishing? Was it you, Osro? You and Torek?
Yeah, we had a little friendly competition.
And you've seen a couple that have come through, look like they've placed nets against their tables. There are a couple that look like fishermen have come through and then headed out in the morning as well. There are a few of those individuals in the village. So,
what's across the north then, Bryce? As we come into town, we went past a couple of the little, I call them little rivery type ravines and stuff. What's beyond them?
Oh,
is that back towards ice fjords?
Yeah, but you head up towards there, you'll hit the fjords, and then you'll have to head east, and then before you know it, you'll be at the Frigid Bridge, and then you're heading west again.
Nothing interesting until you get there, then I guess.
Oh, depends how hard you look, I suppose. There's all kinds of nooks and crevices throughout this part of the woods and the land. You get all sorts in here telling stories about things and that, but
you get a lot through here then? Get a lot of travellers come through? Well, not really.
There are a few villages dotted around, but We get a few come through trading. Some trade with Knock Knock, and some trade with the locals here. So you get the odd traveller come through. Not as often as the ice fjords would, but there aren't that many homely hearths between here and there. So people take advantage if they know we're here.
Yeah. Anyone come through with any funny stories? Or hang on, any? Now I come to think of it, any weird assassin-looking people that walk through here?
And he kind of stops him.
I know it's a bit of a random question, Bryce, but I thought I'd try it. So they're probably going to be dressed in a black cloak, sort of black attire, hood up, looking a bit shifty. Probably one of them on their own at the moment.
And you see, as you're describing, his eyes kind of move along to Pike and Cyrus at the end of the bar, just kind of giving you both a glance. So, lots of black and shifty looking.
No, more shifty than these two.
What about an elderly looking elf?
Elderly looking elf.
Yeah. Obviously same black cloak, but might not have had his hood up.
Don't think I've seen anybody like that.
Greybeard? I think that was the guy that Osro took care of.
No, I don't think I've seen anybody like that. They're saying that we haven't had many visitors while the Hill Giant and the Manticore were here, so perhaps we'll start to get more now. Do you want me to keep an eye out for these fellas? These strange-looking ones?
You had anyone new come into town recently?
And he kind of gestures at there was a traveller that was sitting with Tiberius. He said, "A fella there came up from the south, was heading up towards Ice Fjords. That's the only one that I've seen in recent times, apart from all of you, of course."
Well, yeah, if you could keep an eye out, that'd be grand. We'd had a couple of run-ins up north, and just
That's the least I can do. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for you. Yeah, and I suppose if anybody comes in asking for you, you're not here.
Well, obviously, yeah, we're not here.
Yeah.
We give us.
Obviously, don't put yourself in danger, though.
Well, yeah.
Well, I'm just a tavern owner. I've not seen you. You were never here. I know how this works.
You know what, Bryce? You're not just a tavern owner. It's the most important job in a village.
And he kind of leans under the bar. He kind of gets his thesis. I know. Places it down.
Ever modest Bryce. That's what we're going to call him. I know.
And he takes a swig of his own.
I'm just going to take my ale and walk about two tables to the right, along circular tables. Yeah, anywhere sort of in that general direction.
I just take, yeah.
I'll plonk the ale on the thing, put my feet up on the table, sort of kick back, and I'm going to get my journal out and just start a bit of scribbling in my journal.
Okay, all right then. What is the general consensus of the group today then? If there's no more tasks that need completing, is the aim to see the day out, rest, recuperate where necessary, and then with an aim to leave at first light or before first light with Greta and Drell?
For me, yeah.
Are we all going with them, or?
So I'll head out with Greta.
Same.
Not much of a hunter. I have a hand cross.
I'll head out with her.
Hunt with you guys.
Yeah, I'm not very much of a hunter either. I can stay in town.
Oh, you two? Okay.
Mike and I will stay with the ladies, I guess, back in town.
Okay.
Unless you want to head south and check out the cave, it's up to you. Or not.
Sorry, I'm looking at all the people we have here. So it's Magnus, Torek, Tiberius. It's you three going?
And Osro?
And Osro?
Yeah. I'm going, yep.
Four of you are going to be heading out hunting at first light towards the east, to stay in local with Luminara and Arwen. Is that the general plan for the morning?
I think so. Yep. I'll nudge Pike. Yeah, we got stuff we can figure out to do here. I'm sure there's plenty to do in town.
Okay.
Uh, I'll just walk over to. I'll just pick up my drink and walk over to Cyrus and be like, "Say, before you head off to have a kip, could we chat? Just grab me when you can."
Yeah, in front of the group, or is this more private?
I just want to talk about something, just private.
Yeah, I'll grab my drink and I'll
All right.
follow Torek to wherever he goes.
I'll just. Oh, okay.
I'll be going with him.
Before you go for a kip, I said I've just sat down
Nope,
next to
I'm
him.
coming with you. I'm coming right with you.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I
Right.
start looking around if he's like, or if he's standing up and following me after me. I'm like, oh, okay, right now.
Yeah,
So I'll
we
just
can chat
move over.
now. We're just drinking.
So I'll just move over here, just
So
to the
where are you
bottom
heading?
right table.
Are you going over here? Okay. Cyrus as well, then, yeah?
Actually, I'll just move here. Actually, just may as well.
Okay. Okay.
So
Pop my drink down, start drinking, and just look to him, waiting for him to lead.
I'll just take a nice long swig, and I'll pop the tankard down and be like, "So, Cyrus, a few days back on the road when Pike and I were taking watch, we we both saw something. Different things though. He saw some strange black figure with a white mask, and I saw something completely different. I saw I saw a black figure, but crooked, just kind of trudging through the snow, gangly limbs and all that. I, and I can't help feeling that that was the creature that was inside that amulet. Because I've told you already. I've seen it before. Had a nice long conversation with it in the cold one night, but just, you know anything about these curses? Have you continued reading up on them or anything?
GM, when he describes what he saw, is that similar to the Kroger that I saw on the hill? How I saw like the deathly Kroger on the hill as we were leaving town to go north?
No. So what you saw on the hill, as you remember it, was it was humanoid in shape and size, and it was most definitely a very ghastly version of the man that you saw as you left Driftsnows. So what you saw when you left Greyfields was a horrible sight, very much reminiscent of what you found when you got to Driftsnows, that white. But what you saw leaving was pure and golden and kind of like a spiritual and ethereal form. Now, what he is describing is twisted and mangled and barely in humanoid shape. It's bigger and more grotesque and more. So there might be small similarities, but no, in fact, no, there isn't. There's no that your experience and what he's experienced have come through as two different things.
Okay, when he's done explaining it, I'll look to you, Torek. I mean, I've got some experience in curses and seeing the undead, but what was what was the apparition doing? Was it looking at you, moving, talking to you?
I mean, it definitely talked to me in the past, but this time it was just watching, I guess. Just kind of there. It was just out there in the blizzard at the time, just kind of moving about and watching. I mean,
I have I
the
have my
fox was.
theories on what it is, but I've never dealt with something as deathly and otherworldly as we've encountered with this amulet. I have been researching. back in Glacier City at the library. I had my working theory on what might be happening, but
I mean, you said something about
I don't think you'll like
some.
it.
You said something about like some sort of evil deity, Orcus, like that. Or...
It's my working theory that the amulet that we found on old Codger, as you called him, I
Codger.
think I think I think Kroger was a paladin of this order that I've read about, the Eternal Sun. And the amulets are from Pelor. He's the god of, holiness and good and light. And I think somehow, I don't know how though, the amulet got corrupted by Orcus. And the book I read talked briefly about Orcus being this.
Well, the fact that it's got bones and sinew on the thing definitely indicates that it's been corrupted.
If I think it's Orcus, but the only thing the book mentioned is that he's a demon and he's one of the most evil out there. There's not much information on him, but I think it's an amulet of Pelor that's been corrupted somehow, and I think if we don't get you to this paladin order that I've read about, I think more bad things are going to start happening to you. I mean, I've dealt with possession and people being controlled by otherworldly spirits and influences, but those are minor. Those are ghosts and spirits and undead, and what you're dealing with is a literal god, possibly. So, I mean, the longer we wait up north, I don't know what influence he is taking on you, on your body and mind. I mean,
So,
someone like yourself, no offense, but you're not equipped to fight otherworldly influences. I spent my life dedicated to that, but I mean, you're just a ranger. I don't know what influences he's getting on your
hey,
on your
hey,
mind and
all I've done my whole life is just hunt in forests around my home. That's all I've done. So coming up here and all of a sudden having to fight abominable creatures in the snow and giant bears the size of bloody wagons, and
well, that's
this is
exactly my
crazy.
point. You're
And then
not equipped
this.
for this.
I mean, hell, I've just fucking crashed through a roof the few days back. I don't even know what a
Uh,
manicore was till then. I heard about him, but never seen one.
yeah, I've
I
crashed through
didn't
many
even know humans
walls.
could grow that big. I mean, that thing was carrying a tree. And now I've got some sort of evil deity possessing me. And I don't I don't even remember what happened in that clothes store. I just went to walk out and that was it. I don't remember anything.
Pike and I saw what happened in there, and
I don't even remember what happened to Agnara.
I mean, if you were anyone else, I mean, I've taken an oath to protect people from evil, and I mean, if you were anyone else, you'd already be killed. I mean, the only reason why you're still alive is because we know you, and we have a potential down south to cure you, but I don't know, I fear that every moment we spend up here trotting between these villages, hoping these people, it's another day gone that this god might be taking over your body.
Do you think we should have let Ozra throw it down the well?
No, because then some other person would have found it, so at least it came into our group. We know we can handle anything that's thrown at us.
I don't want to die to this thing, Oz. I don't want to die to this thing. I do not want to be possessed by some unholy evil. And I don't. I'm just gonna like just sit back in my chair at that point and just kind of like just take another long swig of the drink.
If I could tell you that we'd cure it, I would, but I mean, if you've seen the things I've seen, I can't make any promises what's going to happen. The only thing I can promise is if something does happen, I can ensure a quick death so that you don't feel agony or pain, but that's for another day.
Well, I'm hoping it doesn't bloody come to that.
I think we're all hoping that, but like I said, this is a literal god that we might be dealing with, and every moment we delay, it's another moment that he might be getting a hold on you. So, I mean, you seem normal now. Keep holding on to that sanity.
I intend to, as much as I can. Just, if I do become some sort of puppet for an evil god, at least let me take out the gecko before you put me down. I've had to deal with this annoying arse for so many months now to get up here, and now I'm having to deal with it all the way down south again.
No, just sort of interrupt them and hand them all a drink.
No, you're
No.
quite some way away. You're not present for this.
I'm gonna chuckle when he makes that joke. I'm gonna say, yeah, that right there, hold on to that, the humanity and sanity of being yourself, because we don't know what's gonna happen. We don't know how much of a hold it already has on you, so I think our next goal needs to be getting down south as quick as possible once we're done here.
Just remember, my head does turn quite a lot, so if my head starts turning, it's not me being possessed, it's just me looking around. Although, yeah, just that fox, just as I've probably said this countless times now, just if it starts slowly trotting up to me, do you mind just kicking it?
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, Torek, and I'll kind of stand up and put my hand on his shoulder. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, and then I'll kind of walk
Let's
back to
hope
the
so.
group.
Okay. So Cyrus says, so if everybody's business is concluded for the day, and if the plan is to retire back towards rooms to rest, to gather strength, and then for those who are heading out at first light, is that the general consensus now?
Yes, it's for me.
It
Yeah,
is.
that's clean.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in which case, I will take you all and I will place you up in rooms for the night. Bryce obviously, bids you the rest of the good day and wishes you happy hunting for the morrow. Uno momento. You all kind of head up towards rooms. Give me a second. Obviously, each with your own plans. Obviously, it's no anticipation that you'll need to sleep this early on, but there is for some of you, it is going to be quite an early start the next day. So that's up to each of you. And throughout the day, as you're kind of resting and recovering, you know that Luminara and Arwen are engaged in their own studies in their rooms. Dolph says he's going to go and check on the animals and kind of make sure they're fine. And then he says he's going to meet you outside in the morning. Bear with me, I'm just placing you all in. Right.
Guess I'll add, because that was 3 days before today, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was it 3 or 2? 3. I'm just thinking of
this will be day 4, end of day 4. This is.
Yeah, so I've added 3 and a 1. So
okay.
Yeah, I didn't, Cyrus. I didn't add those 3 days on that we were here anyway for the beer. So it's a total.
We're getting close.
Well, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 days into
over the 2-week mark.
Yeah, into a 4-week.
Good berry ale.
Good berry ale.
Woo.
Yeah.
Okay. The day moves on. You hear the sound of the village continuing its work as people come into the tavern for lunch. Then they leave again. They come in for their evening sup, and there's a bit of drinking. But as goes into the evening time, you rest. You discuss amongst yourselves plans and pass information on stuff. And eventually you all find yourselves going to bed at different times and settling in. As the sun begins to set, Pike, you wake, or you've been meditating for a period of time in preparation for this. You rouse and you plan, as everybody else has now gone to rest, to head out into the village after dark and begin your nighttime, your nocturnal training, your preparations that you've been doing for these last few days. Okay?
Yep.
Is your fox accompanying you?
Yeah, I'd try and keep them close. I don't trust these fuckers with the amulet.
Okay. So you make your way through the tavern. Just give me a general stealth check.
Okay, 1 second. $26.
Christ almighty.
So I have advantage on all my stealth checks now. Which is probably good because I rolled a nat 1 originally.
You as it's getting towards even time, you've waited for the last few people to leave. And you see at one point as you're coming silently down the stairs, you see Bryce quietly just tidying up. He has absolutely no notion that you're there as you slip past him, out through the front door and out into the village. Okay, nighttime has descended. The wind is starting to blow and there's flurries of snow starting to pick up. Okay, and you kind of quietly survey the village to make sure there's nobody around. You start to look around for things that you can climb up on or places that you could potentially get into to start practicing your craft. And then something catches your eye. Through the flurry of snow, just off, not far from the front entrance to the tavern, a small black speck's on the floor. What do you do?
I'll go and have a look.
You start to approach them. It doesn't take you long to get close enough to see what they are. A small cluster of raven feathers. And as you stand on them and you look further down, you see another small cluster. And beyond that, just a general flurry of them heading off into the center of the village. What do you do?
They go off in like a path.
Almost
trail.
like a trail.
I'll follow it.
You start walking, you start following this trail of feathers. And as you're walking, the wind is beginning to pick up. Noticeably so.
Mm-hmm.
At first, it's just the snow is starting to blow into your face, and it started to feel a bit kind of, you have to walk against it. And then it's almost like the visibility, like that next wave of that blizzard has come in as you're walking into the village, and you start to see almost like that natural lack of visibility starts to surround you basically as the wind is blowing this snow. And you seem to be walking, and the more you walk, the more you feel like you should have come across buildings by now. You should have come across something that you would have bumped into. But there's nothing. And the longer you walk, the more you feel like you're in an open space, like a wide open expanse. And it doesn't make any sense. And as you start to look around, you realize you're in some kind of glade. A perfect night sky above you, but visibility is limited to just the edges of the trees. And as you look around and you see all around you, it's just a white canopy on the floor and just a circle of trees. And there's no real explanation for how you've arrived at this place. and you cannot see a single landmark to indicate where exactly you are as you look around. But that sense comes over you again. That feeling of something on the hairs on the back of your neck, that you are being observed, you are being watched. What are you doing?
I can't see anything in particular, but I feel like I'm being watched.
Very much you feel like you are not alone.
Well, can I do a perception check to see if I can spot anything in particular?
Give me a perception check.
22.
There is an entity swirling around the glade just inside the trees, moving. Round the trees, down and up. It seems to be trailing a long black. It looks like mist, but it's moving up and down gracefully, almost gliding from floor and upwards around, and it seems to be circling around the trees around you. And then at some point it comes out and starts moving left and right, and the top half of it seems to be almost swimming, but there is almost like a hood and these long trailing what look like wings behind that are furled up and moving with it, and it is kind of gliding just above the floor, and it seems to be coming ever so closely. Each time it does a circle, it moves just a little bit more towards you as it's circling around. What are you doing?
Do I recognize it?
You don't necessarily recognize the form that you see before you, but you have a very familiar sense. It's just circling at the moment, just moving around you.
Like really close?
It's getting closer.
Can I do like an insight check to see if I can see what I know what it is or recognize what it might be?
Give me an insight check.
17?
Yeah. You are in her presence. And she's coming round and she's circling.
Okay, so as soon as I realise that, my characters, I'm just going to drop to my knee, like a knight would in fucking medieval Europe. I just fucking bow my head. I just be like, my queen, I am not worthy.
Around she circles quicker and quicker and quicker, then almost in a very exacting and sharp movement just comes down and up, and almost like as your head is bowed, this porcelain face just comes and meets you just in front of you. Okay? And as you're low, she comes low to the ground and almost starts moving upwards with you as you meet her gaze. And the two heads just come up together, looking eye and eye, this close. Okay, she's that close to you. Staring in the face, just this white mask, of this perfect white mask. You cannot see eyes behind it, it's just black. And the hood is over the head, and you start to see the size of her and the wings that just unfurl out behind her as you reach your full height, and she keeps going until she's arching over you like this, and these wings start to unfurl out around, almost like an embrace, and they kind of come round you like this. Okay?
Yeah.
She kind of considers you for a moment. You see the head move back, and then the voice comes through. It is elegant, but it is overlapped. It is shadowy and yet clear. It is like it is on this plane and it is on another plane. It is like nothing you ever heard in it before. And she comes through. Seldom do I ever have such a chance to meet one of my champions. And yet, I have two here. One for whom I have already granted a favor, and another for which I soon may also grant a favor. But I wonder, is he worthy? Is he dedicated? And will he do what he must when the time requires it. And she's just observing you.
I would do whatever's needed.
Words are easily spoken. But are you willing to die for this oath?
At that point, I just pull out my dagger and stab myself in my leg.
Okay, you so take damage to yourself. Take damage to yourself. So roll with a. I mean, you don't even have to roll.
7.
Just okay. So you put the damage into your leg. Okay. She gestures, the hand comes down and kind of round yours and starts, almost grasps your hand to pull the dagger out with it, and it's painful. You feel it. Said, a mere mortal, and a mere mortal wound does not suffice for what I require of you. If you wish to be of service to me, you must give me something more. And her other hand is coming around.
Chop your hand off.
From outside of the basically the robes that she's wearing. She starts bringing these long, elongated, bony fingers. Okay? And grasping in amongst them is a perfect cylindrical black orb. Okay, and as she's taking this, and as you pull this this dagger out, obviously you feel the pain of it coming out, but the wound itself seems to almost heal as the dagger gets pulled out, and she's almost bringing this orb forward into your peripheral. Cyrus, are you there?
I am.
You find yourself, to begin with, in a restless sleep. It's not the first time you've struggled with sleep, obviously, in your line of work and things, but something's different tonight. You feel this cold embrace, and your mind races from one thought to another. And at a certain point in time, this very lucid, vivid feeling of cold comes over you. Okay? And when your eyes open, you are not lying staring up at the ceiling. Okay? You are staring across a clear, open glade of perfect white snow with a black starry night above you, surrounded by trees, and off in the distance, a good 100 feet from you, as you're standing there, you see this one figure and this massive, looming, raven-like, with this trailing shadow behind. And she's staring down at him like this. And she's got a hand on there, and she's leaning forward and offering out this orb. Okay. This is so vivid, so real. Okay, that you feel that cold, you see it. Okay? So Pike, she's offering forward this orb. Give something to me, and I will give something back in return.
So she's gesturing me to take the orb.
It appears so.
And is she like holding out her other hand, expecting me to give her something back now?
No, she's holding your hand in the one now. The dagger is kind of like the side, but she's just holding it. She's always gesturing for you to place your hand onto the orb, and she's holding it in her hand there. What are you doing?
Well, when in Rome and all that, I'm just going to put my hand on it.
Okay. The moment you reach out and you place your hand onto that orb, the fingers grasp around, and the whole orb is between the two of you, and you feel this just shock that runs through your arm, up your body, and hits you like a force you have never felt before. Okay? You are going to take over 100 points of damage instantly, like that. Everything goes black and then white, and it is like you just feel yourself just go into absolute rigid shock. You've never felt icy cold like it. You've never felt blackness like it. And it's like this breath catches you in the breath, and then all of a sudden you are yanked forward again. Okay? just yanked from the abyss, from nothing, from oblivion, back into this porcelain face directly in front of you. You feel your entire body has been rearranged, has been changed. Something has been plucked out of you, and something else has been plucked into you, has been placed into you. Okay?
Do I see this happening from where I'm at?
You watch Pike just go rigid like this.
Can I tell it's Pike from this distance?
If you want to move closer, you can just make out his features, but yeah, you can move towards him.
Am I able to move, or is it like a sleep paralysis thing where I'm kind of...
move. You can
I
move.
can move.
You can move, but as you get closer, you see him more clearly. You see the size of her more clearly. Okay, you see the wings kind of underneath the fill, so that you can see over the top of them, but they're almost embracing around him. Okay. In that moment, your legs give out from underneath you, and you just collapse to the floor on your knees. Okay, she's lifted you up. She kind of almost lets you go, and you fall to your knees. Okay, wholly changed, rearranged. And she stands, and she's kind of looming over you. And then her head kind of moves to you, Cyrus. Okay, and the fingers are stretched out forward, and she begins to beckon you with the fingers to come forward.
When she does that, do I like feel anything, like in the hallway, how we felt, and
Not yet.
feel anything?
You just from a long distance, you just see this imposing long figure just gesturing forward like this to you.
I'm just gonna slowly start to walk up.
Okay. As you kind of walk, you kind of get close, and you see Pike. And Pike, you're just, it's like say, it's an indescribable feeling of having you just everything from top to bottom rearranged, just completely discombobulated. What are you doing?
So am I still on the floor?
On your knees at the moment, yeah, at the feet, kind of looking.
Well, I feel pretty shit, to be honest. I've just had 100 fucking damage done to me.
It's like it's gone through you and then back out the other side. Yeah, it's.
What's this entity doing at the moment?
She's waiting. She's almost at the point where she could put her fingers under Cyrus's chin and almost direct him to stand next to you. So she's bringing him to stand beside you.
I'll try and stand up then if I can.
The other arm comes round, and it just lowers under your chin and just brings you up slowly. So she's almost got a hand underneath. She's almost got hands underneath both your chins. Two of my champions together. And the time will come where you will need to stand together and do the work that I require of you. She brings the arms down. Much is happening. Much that you must be prepared for. And then she kind of like looks around, and she's kind of glancing around the glade and just taking things in. I protect neither the light or the dark. I only protect the balance of death and life. But there are others moving in the shadows, and they seek allies. And many have gone to their cause. Many of my kind will do their bidding. So I will aid you in the defense of the balance. And a kind of this vacant expression is moving between the two of you. Follow the course that you have plotted, and be prepared for the answers that you seek. But know that the darkness that's surrounding you will only grow. What are you both doing?
This entire time, Cyrus is like very shocked in disbelief. Like it's probably the most emotion Pike has ever seen on Cyrus over the last couple weeks traveling together. Like Cyrus has thought he's had this, patron that's given him his power since his youth, but never had answers. So Cyrus is like quiet, like wide-eyed in disbelief.
As she tails off, she kind of begins to move back, and the form change, it becomes more rigid, more in a defensive stance. She kind of moves, and her wings kind of rise up, and she kind of almost moves in this kind of. And Pike, you sense something behind you, something that wasn't there before, or rather was there before, but now isn't. Okay?
Yeah.
And you feel different. A presence that was there before wasn't, and one that wasn't there before now is. And she kind of is looking very rigid, and these wings are coming up, and she's almost look at this, almost like a scream, like a screech, as she's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and she's moving almost further away from the two of you. Who's going to be the first to turn around and look, or are you not? She's looking over right between your two shoulders.
I'll fucking turn around.
Yeah, I'll turn around once she starts to do the screech and get bigger.
As you both turn inwards and look behind you, your fox is gone. Okay? The fox that followed you out is no longer there. And lying on the floor, where it was on the snow, is an amulet. Okay? And rising up out of that amulet is a large, strangely formed, kind of misshapen, just writhing, just entity of pure malice, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's almost moving, and she is moving back away from it, and then she lets out this blood-curdling scream that forces you both to turn around and look, and she goes flying towards you, basically coming straight at you, that porcelain mask coming just directly towards the two of you, and it just goes boom straight through the two of you. Okay, and you feel the wings, you feel everything pass immediately through you, and just go bang and hit this thing at force, basically, and it just almost knocks you both to your feet. Okay, just this sensation of two entities just crashing into each other at force as one has passed directly through you. There's like this scream that kind of plucks with that kind of mixes with some kind of roar, and then immediately, you find yourself, Pike, sitting on the ground in the center of Aetherwind, surrounded by those buildings that you were walking towards. Cyrus. Oh, and you see a circle of raven feathers around you. Cyrus. You wake up, bolt upright, in bed, and cradling in your hands, you also have raven feathers. And that is where we're going to leave it tonight.
What?
What? Fucking hell.
What?
That's where we're going to leave it.
That's Raven Bros for life.
What? You can't end it on that? Oh my god.
That's where we're leaving it.
Jesus.